wait and see if that worked. All right, I think that worked.
Hooray!
Oh, I just need to change the stream title. Anyway, you guys were talking about coffee snobs?
Yeah.
They're useful sources of information to source coffee.
I think one of the best things you can do is find somebody who has the specific brain problem that makes them obsess about like that one thing that you have nothing interest in. That way you can ask them. Like if you need to know about airplanes, you ask this person. If you need to know about coffee, you ask this person.
Matt.
Yeah. Yes. And then like so you don't have to keep that information in your brain. You can use it for like important things.
Yeah, that's exactly that's a very useful thing to have around you.
Like so we could add 2 character recruitment requirements.
Now, there's a problem with this. I mean, it's a good plan, and I endorse it. But you do run into an issue where, because their brain works the way it does, if you ask them about it and it's a thing you haven't like asked about in a long time, you might accidentally send them into overdrive, and they spin up, and it's impossible to get them back down. And if you want to see this in action, go onto my Discord and ask PokeDude about anything anime.
Or
ask Destil about magic.
Right, exactly. You ask Destil one question about magic, and the next 3 hours of your life are him sharing every gripe he's had about a magic card that's been published.
Destil, I haven't played Magic since the 90s. Can you give me a summary of what's changed?
What part of the 90s?
20 words or less. Jesus Christ, 94? 95?
Okay.
Yeah, 94, 95 sounds about right.
It's a different game.
60 card minimum, 4 of any. Stack, no batches. And
Okay, but like I had a red goblin deck with a bunch of goblin kings. Is that still good or worth playing, or will that get totally destroyed?
it'll be totally destroyed.
Power creep.
Also, if you have more than 4 goblin kings, it's illegal.
No, I have 4.
Okay, so it's not that old.
But you can have 60 Sids in your deck.
That's my favorite part of that card, is it's explicitly you can have as many Sids as you want.
would you want to? I don't know enough about Magic.
Because they give you a static bonus in the graveyard.
Yeah.
So you flip over half your deck, and now all your artifacts hit for 20.
So, okay. I don't know Magic, but I do know Final Fantasy, and some of those Sids are not artificers. Not every Sid universally is a machinist.
I agree. That is not my biggest gripe with the set. I don't know that they could have done that design any better.
No, they did the best they could with it, and I'm happy with what they did.
Highwind gets his own card because he's in the 7 precon, but that's about it.
Oh, I didn't even think of that. Yeah, I guess he would. There is great artwork of Sid jumping off an airship, holding a bomb, looking like a crazy person. Like, it's fantastic.
I like the 5 artwork, too. That is a man who needs a child to beat him into submission.
I haven't seen that in a while because I removed all the cutscenes.
Oh yeah, that's happening now, isn't it? The Fiesta.
Yep.
Yeah, I signed up. I got my first job. I think I'm gonna stream it tomorrow.
What was your first job?
Ninja.
Brickroad, my party is White Mage, Knight, Freelancer, Mime.
Are you doing like full chaos
so
where you have to
close.
go freelancer until you roll a job you can take?
No,
Or
I've
you
got
just
I've got the mod installed that gives me all the jobs at the outset. So I'm gonna roll ninjas until I get to my water job.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually.
I got Blue Mage, so it doesn't matter.
Like that's
They're
what
gonna make
that's
it
what rolled
really
regular.
hard
I
with some
rolled
combinations.
I rolled Meteor Chaos or whatever.
Yeah. I haven't done a regular in forever.
It's Meteor. I don't think I've done one in a while.
They changed the names of the stuff.
The 4-bard start is rough.
Yeah, no, 4 chemists is also really bad.
4 chemists.
Chemists have better physical stats than bards.
So what's Meteor?
It's
chaos.
It's pure chaos.
Oh.
They just changed them. They've changed the name of everything. They got
added some.
The Fiesta's so old now. They had to do some rebranding.
Well, he redid the sites and like he changed the rules. Like there's a typhoon run. Like like basically they're different like chaos runs and stuff where like they weight the specific job crystals.
Did he disconnect it from Twitter?
Yes.
Thank God.
no.
Yeah,
Years
it's its
ago.
own website now.
Okay, good.
So no more Gilgabot spam.
Yeah, I will definitely be picking up this Humblewood book. The problem is, like, do I buy this instead of Expedition 33?
No. No, you buy Expedition 33.
But this
Buy
book
Expedition
looks...
33 phone. Like, if you
The
wanted to play it
Humblewood
so
book
bad,
is adorable.
Mhm.
and Expedition 33 is French.
It is... You never want to support the French, right? Just...
I don't know. I like baguettes
But listen,
You're
like,
part of the
baguettes are good.
problem.
and fries.
I watched an interview with a guy like who's like the #1 guy on Expedition 33, and he's like, "Ah, yes, my favorite games are this, and this," and then like he just took the parts out of every single one of those games, mashed them together, and made Expedition 33, and it's like, oh yeah, okay, he was not joking.
Yeah, no, there is
Every
so
mechanic.
much in there from every game that like the like gun mechanic from Persona 5 is inexplicably in there. And like you just get a free aim in the middle of combat and it doesn't use your turn. And it's fantastic strategy wise. Like wow.
Here's what I know.
Yeah, they literally took like every mechanic and put it in one game, and it somehow works.
Is Raz
Yeah, it
started
works
playing this game,
really well.
and then he went on Discord, and he said, "Oh, well, I just got a game over from fighting a mime." And I'm like, well, that is the most French thing I've ever heard.
Yep.
Well,
So.
I mean,
It's
Obviously-
unapologetically French.
the mime is the Reaper from the Persona dungeons. So yeah, no, that makes I guess it. I'm just pulling shit out of my ass, but is that true? Please say that's true.
I hate that
The
Reaper.
mimist.
You have to
mime
just
is
not
awesome.
do anything. Just
I don't
sit
know
there
about
and
that.
stare for like 30 seconds, and the mime gives up.
You know, I didn't actually try that, but I suspect that was not what happened.
That would not work, no.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I'm playing on super difficult, so like I was level 1 and I was doing 1 damage and it would hit me for like I think I had 150 health and I think it would hit for like 128.
All right,
So it's like, oh, I need to learn how to dodge. I'm not going to do that here though.
Well, you
Raz,
have to learn how to parry.
why don't you give us a
I haven't
100-word
tried.
summary of all the trouble you got into last week?
Because I can't do it in 100 words as demonstrated by the last campaign.
Well, now you're only going to get 98 words, so you better figure it out.
Uh-oh. We fell down the drain with Allie.
We were at a party and things were very high school party esque.
I'm naked.
Yeah, you are actually.
You
We killed somebody that's been harvesting these people's eyes.
That may be a bad thing.
And yeah, there may be consequences to that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We're still in the like I don't know, the drafting stage of that. And then like these grunklings welcomed us in here and they fed us and they put us up for the night and I don't know what jingle you would use for D&D for like you go to bed do 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 and it's the next morning or whatever.
We're
Yeah,
not sure if
so-
we're gonna wake up with our eyeballs though.
Go ahead and take the benefits of a long rest. Because you all
We're
had...
in-
I think we did that already, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why my default like rest jingle is Breath of Fire 3, but it is.
No, it's... yeah, I can
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
It's
That's a good
It's
one.
a really good jingle.
still bring that one to mind.
You can get one of those in Final Fantasy 14 when you log out in a in room. It's really cute.
Of course you can.
I'm sorry, can you be any more exasperated?
No, I can't.
Gotta get into that Tempest character, don't we?
Ah.
Wait, is there an NPC down here with us? Is it Tempest?
Yeah,
it's
Tempest is
Tempest.
with us.
I think you guys picked the
Tempest.
correct NPC to bring with you to the fun, colorful fairy village.
I feel like as she walks through, like all the color gets like sucked into her, just temporarily. Like just it just temporarily mutes like whatever is next to and around and behind her.
distantly, Tempest is related to a certain teacher. Miss Fitzbiggin.
Does Tempest have the schoolmarm vibes?
He's got the "I'm disappointed in you" vibes.
Oh my god! If I run this Humblewood at any point, I have to bring back Mrs. Fitzbiggin.
Fitzbiggin. Yes.
That would be a good fit, actually. I don't know. I just kept seeing Peachberry in that owl, even though like she was a wizard. But
And she's actually tall. Like, I legitimately cannot get Peachberry being a medium-sized creature into my brain. My brain will not.
Owlins, yeah, it gives them the option. You're either a medium or small-sized creature.
I just imagine her as like almost perfectly spherical, honestly.
Frictionless
Like-
spheres, yeah.
Like because of like her feathers, like yeah. So
She's all downy, yeah.
yeah. Like you could compress her like quite a bit if like that was your goal, I guess.
Well,
But-
the version of Peachberry I'm playing now in our Darkest House game is human, and to me it makes no difference. Like, all right, you guys all get a good night's sleep, having had your bellies full of, I don't know what it was, a deliciously spiced cream of turnip stew or something.
Had,
beer, I believe,
he
yeah.
had stayed overnight with Podge, the brewer.
So yeah, there are about 20 or maybe 30 homesteads total in this little fairy village, but where you are is kind of like the central square of it. It kind of stretches out into this mushroom forest surrounding you. Geographically speaking, you guys have essentially large rocky hills off to the north. You guys came out of a tunnel onto a path leading into the village that emerged from those hills. And I think we've determined that you figured out that you're actually in just an enormous, impossibly large underground space. That when you look overhead, it always looks like it's nighttime. You can see points of light far away that could resemble the stars, but the stars don't form any recognizable patterns that you are aware of.
But we've stepped sideways into the Unseelie realm.
Correct.
Yes. Into the Shadow Realm.
But yeah, what's above you is not traditional sky. Like somewhere up there, you're seeing the faraway glow of fungal growths and whatnot.
Alister's informed you all that we are not in Kansas anymore.
The little grunkling village, that's what they're called, the grunklings. Sometimes the first word that comes to your head is the correct word. You just have to run with it.
You're damn right you do.
Yeah, it's like I think what happened here is I'm like, I need a name for this little village, and these guys are just little grunklings, and I wrote grunkling, and then I probably spent a few minutes like, can I improve on that? Can I call them something else? And I probably went back, and then you just come back around to grunkling because like you nailed it the first time.
Yeah, no, you nailed it, Brickroad. Congratulations.
Hey, sometimes you do hit the bullseye.
You just like throw the basketball over your shoulder, it goes right into the net.
Yeah, the potato goes into the golf hole.
Then you just pop off like a like you just won a melee tournament.
Sometimes you hit a Jenga block with a tennis ball.
Did you touch the red green though?
No, never. Of course not.
No.
Um,
That would mean we'd have to disqualify everything you've done in love.
I'm having a hard time getting anybody in my life to watch Taskmaster. Like I can't, because like
Show them
what's
throw
it,
the potato in the hole.
I can't because like what's it streaming on? I'm like you watch it on YouTube and they're like and then like what?
To be fair, YouTube is a pain in the ass platform. But that's neither here nor
type
there.
it into your phone. Fine, watch 30 more TikTok videos about people putting on makeup. Loser. I'm sorry.
Probably watch clips of it.
I went to a place there and I want to come back now.
Yeah,
I want to
let's-
leave that
That's what I was
place.
trying to do, Brickroad. That's what I was trying to do.
It got dark really quickly.
So the main NPCs of the village, you guys have kind of interfaced with a couple of the different NPCs, and there are 5 that live in the structures right around this like central tree growing out of this central illuminated pool. There's Grep the farmer, who you guys met when you first came in. There's Podge the brewer. Podge put you up in her place. There is Flup the painter, Horge the carpenter, and Walk Walk is the mayor and lore master of the little Grunkling village.
Do we have time to go around and talk to some of them?
You will, but
Okay.
like what's happened so far is like you arrived at the place like 4 in.the morning, and there was some excitement with new visitors, but things quieted down real quick, and now you've had a good night's sleep, filled your belly. Are any of you on edge about being in this village, or is everybody kind of like relaxing, taking advantage of the safe and comfortable environment?
Listen, we're children. Nobody would ever hurt children.
I feel like Genevieve would probably be both, because like it'd just be just like so much excited energy. Like I gotta talk to everybody. I gotta write down everything. Like this is I've never heard of any of this.
Okay.
Yeah, Alister is nothing but positive.
Hugo might be a little on edge, considering all of the fairy stories he's grown up with.
Leo.
Yes.
Allie follows you like a shadow. She does not let you out of her sight. And where did Leo sleep last night?
In a bed, wherever they put us up.
You'd have difficulty fitting in their beds unless you like curl up into a little ball,
Oh, okay. Well,
which is fine.
you know, if they,
however you like it.
I mean, if they,
They went out of their way to make sure that you all were comfortable. Like, hospitality is clearly very important to these Grunklings, and it's very exciting to have friendly outsiders like you. But their amenities are Grunkling sized.
small. Yeah, I mean, just wherever, like, you know, on the floor is fine. On a rug.
Okay, so yeah, I mean that would. So you probably couldn't fit in any of their beds, but they have no difficulty like dragging out piles of cushions and pillows and quilts. Wherever Leo is snoozing for the night, when you wake up, Allie is asleep and just leaned against you.
Okay.
She has not left your shadow.
That's fine. I feel kind of bad for her.
I mean,
Like, I had 4 people that jumped in a hole for me, and then she didn't have shit. People were like, "Oh."
And the life lesson here is Leo is a nice person and Allie is a mean person, and none of her friends are actually her friends.
Yes.
I think
we don't.
I actually was going to bring up something like that if Genevieve could talk to Allie.
Okay, so we don't actually have any of our gear for adventuring either. Like, we just have whatever we would have come to the party with, right?
Anything on your character sheet you would still have.
Oh, okay.
With the exception of Geppa's clothes.
Right.
My intention was just to make Geppa late for the party by saying, like, somebody stole your clothes out of the locker room while he was playing the Mage Tower game. And then Destil's response was, those are the only clothes he owns. He only has the one school outfit.
This has been established. This is not like a new
Yeah.
thing. I have mentioned this several times, that the only reason he's even the least bit presentable is because he can prestidigitation the same set of clothes back into shape occasionally.
Fair enough.
And then, we have somebody in
Every
the
day is
party who
laundry
could
day.
mend them when they get torn.
So yeah, when I get up, I'm going to see if I can figure out if anyone in this village engages in commerce, because I have some money and I need some clothes made for me.
Yeah, getting you clothes is going to be a very... this is going to be the most exciting thing that's happened in this village. Like,
Is it-
the whole village...
What was the woman who let us stay in her house?
That was Podge. Podge brought you back to her brewer's
So
shop.
I'm going to, for modesty's sake, see if I can borrow like one of Podge's bed sheets and wrap it around my waist.
Sure.
And yeah, then I'm going to go around the village and see if I can hire a tailor for any amount of gold. She made me a set of clothes my size.
Genevieve comments that kilt looks good on you.
Yeah, no, it does. I mean, look. I'm only doing this because they're half blind, maybe. Whatever.
I don't have a tailor
seriously, you
amongst
should
my little grunkling set here, but there is undoubtedly a tailor in the wider village and collection of homesteads out. But yeah, they would be delighted to offer their hospitality in making bigling clothes.
Do they accept gold as payment?
They
I
wouldn't.
ask?
They wouldn't charge you for this. Like they would. Like
Okay.
part of their hospitality regimen would be like somebody, like one of the families would like donate a quilt that could be changed into a kilt, and like one of them would donate some old buttons, and one of them would donate like two of their daughters would come out giggling and they would donate their time and labor. So it becomes like a whole community involvement. And that's kind of how these
I
grunklings
will
do
offer
everything.
I will offer my services, in particular, again, using prestidigitation for anything they might need that for, like for cleaning or whatever, in exchange.
I mean, it's a neat trick, they think. So yeah, I was going to go around and get some morning actions, and I guess that's Geppa's morning action is...
Yeah.
So you have, by the end of the morning, this kind of like comfortable patchwork grunkling ensemble that fits you, and it is whatever you want it to be.
Okay.
Or
I'm
are we sticking with the kilt?
It looks like what Treble put in
Yeah, kilt's
Discord.
good.
I am picturing the Technicolor coat.
Ooh, that's a better idea. I was just
Was
imagining.
it
with
like
the
Joseph? Was that
patches.
Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dream Coat? Was that's that musical? That's what
It's a
I'm
musical based on a biblical story.
I'm gonna say it's a kilt. It's a loose-fitting tunic. It's like a pair of suspenders.
Oh my goodness! The
Okay.
amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat is what Leonardo wore.
I don't want to brag, but when I was like 9 years old, I was the star performance in my church's play of Joseph in the Coat of Many Colors, and I fucking nailed it. So,
Nice.
Crushed it. Nice.
all right. So Geppa got new clothes. Geppa,
Mhm.
you
How
try
did
to
you enjoy
offer
leaving?
recompense. You try to offer coin. What they tell you is to get your companions together, and this afternoon present yourselves to the mayor, and the mayor will sort you.
Okay.
Give me if Geppa cares about offering, like, is that important to him? Like, offering recompense, making sure that he's paid up.
It just seems like a nice thing to do.
Okay, give me an insight check.
Okay. That is a 15.
15. As far as you can tell, the little grunklings don't have a system of money. Everything they do here in the village is done through barter. So what has happened here is the townsfolk have provided you a service, and in exchange for that service, you and your friends are going to be expected to perform some task this afternoon. So when they tell you the mayor will get you sorted, that's what they mean. What are Leo and Allie doing in the morning? Actually, I'm sorry, let me take a step back because Genevieve wanted to talk to Allie first.
So if Allie is like preoccupied with Leo, Genevieve could do something else. But if I have an opportunity to talk to Joseph,
Yeah, there'll be an opportunity when you guys are having your morning meal, wherever it is you're taking it. And once again, you have your meal that you're eating, but the neighbors all show up with their little things. Somebody shows up with a basket of mushroom muffins. And someone else shows up with a little dipper of like freshly churned butter. Everybody wants to contribute.
So Genevieve, I don't think has introduced herself to Allie, and I suppose that Allie isn't gonna give a shit about that. So Genevieve's gonna like say like, "Hi, Genevieve. I love your dress," and like try and break the ice there. Like she genuinely thought Allie's dress was cool.
Not wearing a dress.
She's wearing a slip. She's basically wearing underwear.
No, loved as in like at the party.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
you get
she
the you
wants
get
to
you
try
get the stank eye for that.
No, but she actually did like it.
Oh, I get it. No, you're being like Genevieve's
Yeah.
being genuine, but
Yeah.
from Allie's perspective, like, yeah,
Oh no, that's fine. I want to make sure my intentions are clear.
sure.
And like, so she's gonna try and segue that into so I've heard a rumor, and she's gonna disclose like what research she did from my research action earlier that we think that she might be related to Dean Darkwood. And the reason that she wants to ask about that is because if Dean Darkwood sundered the earth and this is beneath the earth, and we continue along that line of logic, maybe we can learn what's down here and how we get out. This might be too many steps in logic for Allie, but like Genevieve has the cork board. Like she pulls it out of her pocket. Here's the cork board.
Leo, to what degree do you care about any of this?
Like
Anything that Genevieve is saying?
Oh, like just in the fact that she's my friend and I support her.
Would you, Genevieve
But-
or Allie?
Genevieve.
Okay.
You asked me like what I care about, like what Genevieve is saying.
Yes. What I mean is, like, do you care about Genevieve confronting Allie? Because Allie's reaction to what Genevieve is confronting her with is going to be very dependent on Leo's reaction to what Genevieve is confronting her with.
Oh, I mean, as long as she's not uncomfortable, and then like, it's fine.
I think
But,
Genevieve would be aware enough to like back off if like things got too icy cold. Like, oh, you've said the danger word or whatever. Like,
But like Leo doesn't have any particular like, doesn't particularly care like what Allie's family is.
Mm-hmm.
He finds it curious that she is obviously not fully human and all that, but like he's not gonna pry. Like he doesn't like it when people point out his like features because he's probably been chased out of little villages and stuff like with pitchforks and stuff on his way to because he had to travel from one end of the kingdom the empire or kingdom, whatever the hell, to the other to
Republic.
get to Strixhaven. Yeah, the Republic. He had
Okay.
he had to travel from one end to the other. So, like if she wants to keep it down, like
Let's get a persuasion check from Genevieve. I would have awarded you advantage on this check if Leo was a little more enthusiastic about getting the same answers you're looking for.
I think that's 14. Where's my... I'm having a time with Windows here. Hold on.
Okay. So
No, that's satisfactory.
14?
Sorry.
Can I silver barbs that?
14. There we go. Wait, Silver, you're gonna make me re-roll it?
I don't even know if I can.
Genevieve,
Yeah.
nobody, I don't want to say in living memory, but nobody recently has made any claims of seeing Duke Darkwood in the flesh. He certainly hasn't visited the school. As far as anybody knows, he did his work founding the colleges. And then once things were set up to his satisfaction, he stepped away. That had to have been 50 years ago or so. And there's no credible reports of anybody of him ever having returned to the Republic after that fact. Okay, what Allie tells you, and she gives you this cryptic answer and then leaves it at that, is she tells you, if you must know, Rowan's a family friend. That's how she puts it.
Sorry, what was the name?
Rowan. That's
You must know.
that's the Duke's first name
Rowan.
is Rowan Darkwood.
Rowan.
Rowan is a friend of my family. That's how she puts it.
Okay.
And that's
Genevieve makes
that's the discrepancy. Is nobody has seen Duke Darkwood in the flesh for at least 50 years. Allie's only 15 or 16 or so.
I don't think anybody has really even said the Dean's first name. Like, they must be close.
It would be known. Like canonically, his name is Rowan Darkwood.
Okay, I don't think that's in my notes. That's kind of where I'm going. So,
Rez, this is an NPC character from actual published material that I didn't invent. Darkwood's not one of mine.
Oh, well,
I don't know if you
fine.
knew that.
Fine. Well, now I'm the one that looks like a fool. But
You fool!
I did not know that.
Okay.
Well, Genevieve will leave it at that. She doesn't want to pry, but like any information might be useful. She just doesn't know how to synthesize it yet. She goes back to her notes and
Yeah, you don't get any more.
Allie that, like, yeah.
You don't get any more out of her than that. I mean, when you confront her with it, she tells you that But the two things that are strange is she calls the Duke by his first name and insists that he's a family friend. Because remember, Allie doesn't have. She's not, as far as anybody knows, she's not nobility. She doesn't have a family name.
Question: mechanically, do I know? I don't know if this has come up. Mechanically, what is Allie? Is she a wizard or a sorcerer? Bard? Like, what is her?
I don't know that she would have anything that translates into class levels at all.
Yeah, she twists space to make you take damage instead of her, and that's all we know.
Right.
She had like a commoner stat block or something.
Why don't you give me a
commoner butt? I guess would say.
I'm not going to let you dig into that knowledge unless you're willing to talk to her about it. Unless you're willing to ask her about what happened. Because that thing was about to attack her in the cave and twisted space for Léopold to take the damage instead.
Okay.
That's all you know.
Can that be part of this same conversation? Like, can Genevieve help him, Leo, in some way?
I would ask her about it, like, to see, what is the limits of it. That way I know to stay within so she can do it if she's going to take a big hit.
And she doesn't know what you're talking about, and it's not her fault that you got in the way of a monster attack. And anyway, aren't you supposed to be like some big shot adventurer anyway? Why are you being a crybaby about being hit by a monster, Leo?
Can I insight that?
I mean, you can play with dice if you want, but there's...
Well, I mean, is she hiding something?
Difficult to say. She's gone back to, now that she's a little more comfortable in her environment, she's going back to being the petulant brat that you know and love.
I think Genevieve would comment like, "Oh man, that really works with him. I should try that. Thanks, Allie." And then she'll just like leave on that note.
Okay.
And then like Leo looks at Allie and says, "You know what? The more I learn about Genevieve, every day I get a little more scared of her."
I think this is...
It's like the best compliment. Thank you. I've nailed it.
I'm not going to swear this has never happened before, but I think this is the first time I can think of where I've had a player character at a table based thematically on another player's previous character. Has that ever happened? I can't think of that having happened before.
I don't know Genie super well, so like I've only watched like the first third of the Flumph,
yeah.
And I feel like that's exactly the right amount to play this character.
Genie's
because I don't know everything, and I don't remember it well, but I kind of sort of do.
The curious, like kind of fun-loving scientist persona that everybody over the course of the story becomes a little more scared of.
Yeah, it's exactly what
is the bullseye on the Genie board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a circle.
So that's a compliment to both of you because like Treble had such a wonderfully realized character that somebody else was able to come along and kind of move into this space. Really well done. As far as class levels go, if we reached a point where I think somebody, if Leo goes to -3 on Allie and starts taking her on adventures, I would give her a stat block to use. But as far as class levels go, I don't know that would map to any particular class. She has some form of magic that she uses because she's a student at Strixhaven. But to
Right.
say that she's a wizard would be a little too much of a stretch, perhaps.
Oh, I was just like wondering, like Leo specifically was kind of asking more along the lines of like, hey, like, you know, we're in the situation. What can you do? Do you have any, like, I know that you're smart, right? What do you like? Do you have any insight into like the situation we're in?
No. And as far as she's concerned, it's your job to get her out of it.
Working on it.
Yeah. All right.
See, like Genevieve pokes her head back in, and Leo jumps.
So Jen and Leo have had a nice conversation while Geppa has gone off to get his clothing situation sorted. What would Alister like to do this morning after breakfast?
Just like actual downtime action.
No, this is your morning action. This is how you're going to spend your morning in the Grunkling Village.
I think Alistair's gonna try and find out exactly how the hell the Shadowfell plays into where they are. So he's gonna investigate the village. Try to find out more about like where they are relative to everything else.
What does Alister actually know about the Shadowfell?
Since his magic comes from there, I imagine he's done some research, especially when he was younger, and found out about it.
Okay. How do I want to roll this? So when you say you're investigating the village, what are you doing?
So he's under the impression that they've crossed the boundary into the Shadowfell.
Okay.
So he wants to first of all verify that that is true and potentially find out more about, I guess, this person that is having eyeballs collected and the benefits and what exactly would happen and where that person resides. Like, how can we go find that person?
Okay.
Or creature, entity, whatever.
Give me a... It's going to be either intelligence investigation or charisma investigation, depending on your approach. If you're just going to like explore the village and start peeking and looking into crannies and like try to look behind the curtain, as it were, we're going to call it intelligence. If
Oh, he's gonna
instead,
talk to people.
then it's going to be charisma. If you're going to be walking around talking to people, do charisma investigation.
That is going to be a 20.
20.
22, actually.
So the person who collects the eyes and kind of their like spiritual leader, they refer to as the All-Mother. And you're pointed up this, it's several miles up this kind of northwesterly road here, goes to the All-Mother's temple, which they describe as being amidst a sacred pool. They describe it as being guarded by the two prismatic trees, which are not to be entered. And then in between the two trees sits the All-Mother's glass door. The All-Mother protects the village by weaving magics that both keep threats and dangers out of the village's perimeter, and also provides the village with fresh water, pleasant temperature, plenty of mushrooms to eat, game and wildlife to use for meats and furs, anything that they need. So the people of the village believe they live in this little bubble that is tended to by the All-Mother. And in order to weave those magics, the All-Mother needs their eyes. The troll creature that you destroyed, this Rockle Rock, was one of her guardians, because threats come out of that cave from time to time. So she posted a guardian there to protect them. But they know that you and your friends are not dangerous.
So, will they tell Alistair what those dangers have been in the past? And also, can you get an audience with the All-Mother?
Give me a An audience? No, that's not going to happen. From time to time, especially during festivals and especially at the change of seasons and things, they will have celebrations or meetings or rituals or things at the pools before the two prismatic trees. But the All-Mother is a spirit. She's a goddess. She's a guardian. She's not like, you don't just go visit her. Give me a intelligence performance check.
It's going to be a 16.
When you ask about the kinds of threats that the village has faced, Alister is inundated with many stories. These are folk who love stories and song and performance, and there are 1,000 different tales of monsters and invaders and dangers coming up out of the pool or descending down from the mushroom caps. Great heroes and villains. And there is no shortage of how much time they are willing to share this with you. And your check allows you to retain quite a large amount of that knowledge. So you have successfully learned Grunkling songs.
Yay!
As far as being in the Shadowfell, one of the big themes of the Shadowfell, and I probably don't need to explain this to you, is illusion and phantasm. Nothing is as it seems.
We're all going to die and we're not going to know what's happening.
Correct. Hugo.
Why do you assume I knew what was happening to begin with?
Geppa's really more just a roll with it kind of guy than a I know what's going on kind of guy. How is
Sir, what
Hugo
can I do
spending
for
his
you?
morning?
Well, Chris already kind of stole my thunder with trying to find out about the dangers of this place. How about flora and fauna that are safe to eat out about?
Like, are you going off for like a little expedition yourself, or are you asking some of the Grunklings to show you the ropes?
Yeah, I'll go out on my own because I'm not really the talk to people kind of a guy as far as like getting them to volunteer information.
Give me a nature check.
Sure.
I'll make this at advantage if you're trained in survival, I'll say.
Let's see here. I am trained in survival, so I do get to make this an advantage.
Yeah, just give me a nature check at advantage. You're just kind of walking off into the village and like spending the morning exploring the surrounding like mushroom forest.
That's a 3.
A 3.
Yeah.
You have the presence of mind from attending your mushroom class last semester
Yeah.
that instinctively, your instincts tell you you could survive in the wilderness here. Because there's mushrooms, there's plants, there is flora and fauna, there are animals and insects. But because you've taken a class specifically about mushrooms, you don't trust your instincts. That's how you kind of finish off the morning. Yeah. You've walked through the near parts of the woods, and you're definitely out of your element. There are not just mushroom forests sprouting up in the Republic for you to have any sort of basis of comparison.
Yeah. See, my goal was to try and, if we had to spend a couple of days or even a week here, that we'd be able to survive, but fuck that.
You could definitely make the attempt. What I'm telling you is that you are very cognizant of the danger, because all it would take is to misinterpret the sign of like one animal, or pluck the wrong mushroom, or drink the wrong water.
Yeah.
Nature doesn't work here in the way that you expect it to work.
Makes sense. But yeah, that's my morning activity.
Okay. Nobody sees Tempests through most of the morning. In fact, she doesn't even eat the morning meal with you guys. She just kind of grabs a roll from the plate and heads out. Geppa. You were asked at some point this afternoon to present you and your companions to the mayor to get your to kind of settle up on your new clothes.
Okay.
Your kilt and suspender ensemble. Are we gonna put a jaunty hat on him too?
A beret.
Beret.
I've been playing Expedition 33. I'm sorry.
We can't. Listen, his character can't have a jaunty hat 2 campaigns in a row. That's just.
There's no rule about that.
I'm making one.
You guys, we're not listening. You guys have as many jaunty hats as you want, as often as you want. I don't know where Treble's getting this ridiculous rule. It's not in any book that I've ever read.
It's in the 2025 DMG or
20.
It's written in pen in the last sentence of the last page.
Somebody just like an intern wrote in the margin, like, no hats twice in a row.
No jaunty hats.
Everybody save versus hat.
8.
Does anybody try to squeezle out of this duty?
No.
So, I will
is the
tell
duty?
Destil, like, I will tell Geppa, you know I have a spare pair of clothes in my backpack, right?
No, I didn't.
You could have.
That seems like it could have been relevant information before now.
I mean, you didn't ask. You just kind of left and went and I'll gesture at that.
No, he's right. You didn't ask. But you all are fine with going with Geppa to meet the mayor of the little village.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll offer like my spare suit of clothes to Allie so she's not walking around in her underwear.
Well, it's a slip, so she's got full coverage. It's just it's like a kind of form-fitting dress that you wear under your actual dress.
Sure.
She's not walking around in lingerie. This isn't.
Can minor illusion alter clothing?
Yeah, but it doesn't move.
Who's taking point when you guys
Alister
go
will-
to see Walk Walk? Who wants to take? Let Geppa do it because it's his problem.
Sure.
Yeah,
Being
but
present.
on the way, Alister is going to inform them about what he learned. In fact, the All-Mother is probably some horrible monster taking advantage of the situation, so we should go investigate that later.
Are there any fairy tales about an All-Mother that Genevieve might have heard from the north? I can't imagine. I'm just
Not
throwing things at the wall.
specifically, no. The specific. There's comparable fairy tales of all
Particular
stripes,
name.
obviously. Like
yeah.
mythologically.
That's a very particular name. It'd be like the Tooth Fairy in particular. It's not just any fairy; it's the Tooth Fairy. It's not any mother; it's the All Mother.
Right.
Like that's what it makes me think.
Yeah, no, not in
Yeah,
particular, but
I might try.
mythologically
about the
speaking,
Nun Mother.
before the days of the Etherine Church, there were like paganistic cults, and like every little village and township across the proto-republic had their own like guardian spirits. Like all that stuff's long in the past now. You wouldn't find a modern village in the Republic that claims to have like a guardian spirit who provides for them and shelters them. It is difficult to perceive age when you look at a grunkling. It's hard. You have a hard time looking at one and judging like, oh, this person is young or old or middle-aged. Walk Walk is just like a ball of hair, more or less. Like,
Do the older ones look like they have fewer eyes, statistically speaking?
you have no idea, because just looking at the grunklings, you wouldn't be able to tell which ones were the older ones.
Okay.
Walk Walk has no eyes, though. He wears a band. I mean, you can hardly see the band. His eyebrows have consumed the entire upper part of his face. And he seems much grumpier than most of the other grunklings you've come across. And he is reclined on a small rocker, puffing from a pipe that's at least 5 feet long, curling up and away from his tiny little face.
That's taller than the grunkling.
Yes, if he would stand this pipe up, it would be taller than he is.
That seems incredibly inconvenient.
Do you tell him that?
No, I'm saying that from a perspective of like a cigar and pipe enthusiast here.
Right.
Like Raz, the player.
I'm imagining like an arms race of like cigarillo holders amongst the grunklings. Every season you've got to have a longer cigarette holder than you did last season. But he's puffing from a pipe, and it's incredibly long. It would be considered long by human standards. And it curls in weird ways, and it does look like a very inconvenient pipe. As you guys approach, she calls out, "Well then, the visitors. I don't have chairs, but my floor is comfortable enough."
Hugo has a seat.
Mm-hmm. Lotus position.
No.
He
I know
wants...
Geppa's just going to stand, lean on his staff a little bit.
To which Walk Walk, "Oh, Walk Walk's floor is not good enough for this one. Very well, suit yourself." He asks which amongst you have the best eyes.
Mine are terrible.
Genevieve raises her hand and goes, "That's me."
My perception score is +3. I don't know about anyone else.
Is that the metric we're using?
Genevieve goes and says, "Oh, I thought you meant just like I could shoot lasers from mine," and then stops and realizes that's not at all what anyone was asking for.
It's
And
clearly
I'm going
been...
with Bilbo versus the dwarves here, so.
Yeah,
No, it was clearly perception, but
there's been a miscommunication in what metric we're using to determine by which eyes are good or not.
yes.
Yeah.
So we're saying Geppa has the best eyes because he has the highest perception score?
He also has
That's
dark
Two.
vision.
It's
I will
absolutely
yield
not
to
true
Geppa's.
because that is absolutely not true because Hugo has a higher perception
Well, there you go.
bonus than Geppa, but
But Alister has the
considering what he
prettiest
went through
eyes.
yesterday, considering what he went through yesterday, no, he's not going to volunteer that at all.
Yeah, Alister's not saying yes to anything involving eyes.
Oh, I mean, in that case, Geppa will say Hugo usually can see things a little better than I can.
Okay.
Well, you have dark vision.
Genevieve has the prettiest eyes.
What is Genevieve's perception? I think it's 0.
So what I'm
see in the
getting at
dark.
this is he asked you guys a simple question and the group immediately begins to debate it and they can't come to a consensus.
Exactly.
And this is why Tempest does not want to hang out with you all.
She wants us to work
Tempest has
together
the
as a
best
team,
eyes.
but she also doesn't want us to work together as a team.
Are we
Like-
settling on Hugo after a manner of speaking, after you guys have hashed it all out?
I see Genevieve for Geppa.
Well, I mean, my perception is awful, but I do shoot lasers.
I literally cannot continue the session until I have this question answered.
Yeah. So if you want to volunteer for that,
Geppa says
reason-
Hugo because he thinks Hugo, Geppa's opinion is Hugo sees things better than he, has the higher perception score. Again, there's
Hugo.
Bilbo and the dwarves.
Walk Walk would be very appreciative if you would describe to him what Geppa's new outfit looks like.
It looks eclectic and comfortable and interesting.
Can I help Hugo?
No, it's just a question. There's not a skill check involved.
No, but I was gonna sing a song.
Have you written a song about Geppa's outfit?
I can improvise one.
So when Hugo describes the outfit, you're describing it in kind of a utilitarian way. Like it's eclectic, looks like it's comfortable, he's got good range of movement. Is that how you're assessing it?
Yeah.
Notably, you know what? I'm not going to ask the question because I think if I ask the question, it will inform the answer. But the Hugo's leaving it at that. That's how he wants to describe it.
Yeah.
Okay. Alister, make me an insight check. Make this at advantage because you know Hugo pretty well.
What's going on
Sadly,
with these dice?
that's a 3. Yeah.
You rolled a 3 at advantage.
It looks like a 15, but you're not
Well,
sure
no,
what it says a
no.
3.
One of the dice is like cocked on its side because it's tabletop.
The physic, yeah. Somebody else was using the physic. So,
Dice land like that.
what was the result of the roll?
It'd be a 9.
A 9. Okay. At advantage, you got a 9.
I rolled a 3 and a 6.
All right.
What do you want from
all
me?
right. I want you to roll better.
I
I think I
I
speak
rolled a roll better too.
for
Then
everybody
stop
here.
asking Chris. Stop asking Chris.
rolled a 3 and a 1, Chris. I don't want to hear it from you today.
You guys are
It was
locked in
all
mortal
worse.
competition. Who can roll worse? Alister.
Yeah.
Well, because Alister spent the morning walking amongst the townfolk, talking to people, learning their songs, whereas Hugo spent the morning out in the woods, enjoying the solitude of nature. Alister, instinctively, when Walk Walk asks the question, you realize Walk Walk is asking about the aesthetics of the outfit and not the utilitarian factor. So if you want to improvise a song about Geppa's outfit.
Yeah, I do. I forget what Geppa said he was actually wearing, but
Kilt, hat, suspenders. Tonic.
Made out of quilts and
Walk. You must understand. Geppa's outfit is majestic, such a quilted pattern kilt, all of golds and blue, so bright with pinkish socks. It's eclectic, so romantic, if only you could see it, you would faint from its beauty. It's imaginative. And he will continue.
Holy shit!
all right there, Wonka.
That did go a little Willy Wonka, didn't it?
Yeah,
It did go a little
bit.
Willy Wonka.
This definitely cements me as the worst bard at the table.
But you designed a character around that.
What I liked about that is that Alistair snuck in a jam out. Like, if you could only see it. Like, if only you had your eyes. All right. We'll forego the performance check since we actually got a song out of it. That was fantastic.
Well, Chris can't rely on the dice at the table, so he has to actually perform.
Right? So we get into combat. We're going to hear him, actually hitting shit in his room with a sword.
Yeah.
If that works.
I just tore down some drywall. Is that a hit?
Walk Walk enjoys the song, and as a matter of answering the question that he asked, he was very pleased. And of course, he takes blusters out, and he gives credit to his grunkling tailors. Of course, they would always do the highest level work that would be expected of them. He then asks which of the villagers, and this is a decision for Geppa, because he's the one wearing the clothes, which of the villagers he and his companions are going to work off the debt that you've incurred. Where are you guys going to go today in order to earn Geppa's new clothes?
I mean, how much is the debt?
Exactly one encounter.
Who
is worth
needs
of labor.
help the most? Geppa asks.
Oh, there would be work anywhere to do in the village. There's never any shortage of things that need hands for, and you lot have longer legs and stronger arms than any grunkling. I'm sure anybody could put the lot of you to work.
I could do some work for Horge. Like that, I saw some of those, some of the woodwork that needs repairing all over the town. I could easily carry some boards and replace them and whatnot.
Do you need anything exploded?
How would that be helpful?
I don't know. I'm just trying. I'm kind of stuck in my lane here.
So
In his lane, moisturized.
Hugo, you're recommending to the group, hey, we should swing by Horges and see what kind of like heavy lifting we can do for the carpenter.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know which way to swing a hammer. Should have seen this. You should have seen the. We put on a play last year, and I don't like to brag too much, but the set design was pristine.
I don't
Aren't
like to
we taking a
brag.
class together? Where's my schedule here? Yeah, we're just making. Hugo and I can make things. We're in armor smithing.
I mean, I could run messages or whatever. Like, do you have anything that you need delivered?
Well, he's going to send a lot of you to one place. He's not going to break you all up.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine with me.
Does anybody have anything else they want to do with this conversation with Walk Walk? He just wanted to make introductions and find out how you all are going to work off your debt. Considering also you've incurred debt from some of the hospitality you've been offered, food and drink and a safe place to sleep.
Alister's actually going to ask if they have like a map of the area. Like he knows where one of the roads goes. What about the other 2 roads I don't know about?
Well, all 5 of these roads, are there 5 roads? I'm only seeing 4
4-ish.
now that I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
So
I
all
mean,
of the
this
roads,
could be a road.
imagine you're looking at like the village center here, and then for a mile or 2 out in all directions, well, if you go north, you reach the mountain you guys came out of. In all other directions, you go through an area of kind of like grunkling civilization with their homesteads and their farmland, their livestock out grazing, like whatever weird cow-sized beetles they have grazing on the fungal growth on the cave floor. And then out from there, you've got mushroom forests and wilderness and whatnot. So yeah, there would really be no need for them to keep a map because everybody lives in the area, knows the hills and the layout.
Are there any other villages nearby, or is this the only one?
This is the only grunkling village.
What about other villages or towns?
There are, but in order to reach them, you would have to travel beyond the dominion of the Allmother, which grunklings do not do.
How big is this dominion?
How would a grunkling answer that question?
How many days travel would it take?
Well, they travel slower than us.
47 spindle jacks.
Yes, exactly.
No, if you answer in
47
in barley
square
corns.
spindle jacks.
If you answer in barleycorns, I will hang up.
If you were to travel 2 days out from the village, you would be beyond the Allmother's dominion. That's about as close to an answer you're going to get as far as how big is the domain.
Fairly big.
That's like, it's like 6.5 spindle jacks in each direction.
Right. And most of that is through untended wilderness. So if you would leave the village, you'd probably spend the first day passing a lot of farmland and homesteads, little trading posts and things. And then beyond that, you'd be in wilderness territory that is still kind of preserved by the Allmother, where they would do their hunting and their foraging, and where they would source some of their materials. And then beyond that would be beyond the Allmother's strength.
Will the Quantum Ogre allow us to leave the Allmother's domain?
They don't know who the Quantum Ogre is.
I'm asking you.
You want to just walk out of the campaign and wander the Shadowfell for the rest of the time? That's fine. You just have to roll up a new character.
Did we write down the list of the important NPCs in this village at any point?
Yeah, I have it.
I did.
Yeah. Grep, Podge, Flup, Horge, and Wok Wok.
We are currently.
Can you remind me each of their
engaged with
roles?
Yeah.
I will paste it in.
That's actually what I needed. Sorry.
There you go.
Grep is the farmer, Podge is the brewer, Flup is the painter, and Horge is the carpenter. And Horge is the one that Hugo is suggesting you report to.
Oh, okay. If he has a suggestion, I'll just follow that.
Okay. Horge is a one-eyed carpenter and is the burliest of the grunklings that you've met so far. He's been kind of like tangentially involved with your dealings so far, like just getting close enough to kind of get curious glimpses at the newcomers that are that everybody else is doting upon. And when he sees you all approaching, he steps down from the sawhorse where he's working, greets you good morrow.
Good day.
Do you need anything exploded?
Exploded? I'd rather not explode any of the works, if that's all the same.
Any
Do you have
trees
any,
cut
like,
down?
old works that maybe you don't like so much anymore?
No, he does
How
not need
about,
anything exploded.
Damn.
How about any repair work? I've got my own tools to here, and I can help you mend floorboards, repair walls, that sort of thing.
Strokes his beard and gives it a thought for a moment. Well, the first thing is he'd be interested to see Hugo's tools. He wants to examine your kit.
Yeah, Hugo will roll out his the tool belt that he normally like keeps his tools on.
So are you proficient in carpenter's tools?
Yep.
Okay. He is very critical of these tools. Like he's got something to say about all of it. And he kind of proudly puffs out his chest a bit as he does. So the first thing is you endure this lecture from Horge the carpenter. He thinks you're on the right path, possibly to being a journeyman carpenter, but clearly you have a long way to go.
Oh,
Which-
you can always learn more.
That's a good attitude to have about it. Horge is of the opinion that too many of the grunkling folk reach a point in their lives where they've finished learning all they need to know, and then they become insufferable.
Of course, yes. Yes, of course.
But all their tables break, don't they? They still need someone to come around and fix a wobbly leg, a loose board,
Indeed.
replace a rusty nail. He does have work that needs doing, as it happens. He leads you guys down the stairs from his dwelling, down to the central pool. And in the central pool of the village has this enormous tree growing out of it that reaches up higher and higher and higher. The base of the tree is very well illuminated because there's some kind of luminous algae layer in the water of the pool. But as the tree reaches upward and upward and upward, it reaches into darkness to the point where you can't, standing on the ground and looking up, can't appropriately see the top of it. The tree also looks very dangerous. It's gnarled, and it twists and turns, and parts of it are covered in carpets of thorns. The handholds look dangerous to use. It looks like a perilous climb. And Horge tells you that trees of this type keep their softest wood at the bottom, but he has use for the hardest wood, and he points straight up. He
I've already
needs
climbed this tree.
a bushel. You've climbed up into it, but you didn't go all the way to the top of it.
No.
He needs a bushel of twigs from the very top of the tree, as high as anybody can climb into it. As many bushels as you can collect.
I'm going to take off my armor and my shield,
Sure.
and now I'm going to start climbing the tree.
Okay. Let's go down the list here.
Mhm.
Now, when I ask questions like this, when I go through and get one answer from every player at the table, morning actions or whatever, the shorthand that I use in my notes, it's usually just use the first 3 or 4 letters of everybody's names. And I've just now noticed that I have 2 Allies on the list because I have to track both Allie's action and Alister's action. And Alister has been Allie in my notes. And this is my fault. I named the character, so something comeuppance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
What I want is to go down the list. Allie is there, and Tempest is here too, if you need Tempest for something. She'll show up and begrudgingly assist. What are each of you going to do to help collect as many little twigs from as high up in this tree as you can dare to go? Geppa is just going to climb the tree. So Geppa, I'm imagining if you climb in a little bit, you'll reach a point where it's pretty safe, which is you've gone up last night. But you'll reach a point where it gets more and more dangerous the higher and higher you go.
Yep.
Alister makes the suggestion of, can we cut down the tree?
Are you making this suggestion within earshot of Horge?
I mean, Alister does. Well, I guess Alister would know a little bit about Horge after his investigation.
He is shocked and flabbergasted and horrified at the suggestion that you would think about removing the All-Mother's sacred tree from the middle of the pool in the village. To even suggest such a thing. To the point where I'm going to require one or more of you to do damage control on Alister's behalf.
He's at the top.
Who's going to step in and, try to smooth that over? Geppa's already climbing the tree. He's already...
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if I can contribute in any other way than to smooth this over. You actually had a similar idea to what I was thinking, which was, well, I have a range 300 on my laser eyes. Can I shoot at the top of the tree and maybe knock something down? Literally, I can't climb. That's not gonna happen.
Sure.
I have a strength of 8. I can
Hugo's gonna step in and try to smooth things over with Horge.
What does Hugo say? Alister just made this beyond the pale suggestion, and Horge's countenance just dropped open.
Listen, just Alister, please. That there's no need for anything. There's no need to. We can. As Geppa's clearly demonstrating right now, he's more than capable of getting up there himself. And
okay, I just thought if he wanted to get all the twigs, it'd be easy. But okay.
Haven't you heard of sustainable harvesting? If you
Sorry,
chop
I
down the
think
tree,
you-
you can't get any more.
Yeah.
wood.
Goodness, just
Also, it's beautiful. Why would you want to chop it down?
Alister, just go sit over there, please.
The tree is beautiful in its way, but it's also a little scary looking.
Yeah, this
The coloration of it.
That in itself is an ethereal beauty.
Let's start with, let me record Geppa. Let me put it this way. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much risk is Geppa willing to take?
11.
So is Geppa literally trying to reach the top of the tree?
Yeah. All right, so without my armor, I weigh 106 pounds. So how high up in the can the tree support me?
Give me a strength athletics check.
You got it.
Let's start with that.
I would like, while he's doing that, I would like to race Geppa up to the top of the tree.
Probably way less.
How are you going up the tree?
I'm just gonna fucking run.
I mean, that's a 7 on athletics, so only go D4 for that one.
So
That's
you're
a 7.
a 7 on
I'm just gonna
athletics?
just.
Whew.
We're just gonna go like pure athletic skill, like run speed, like pure speed is what I'm going for. It's like I can't beat Geppa at the climb speed, but I've got
Oh, that's right. I have a climb speed. What am I even rolling for?
like
Okay, I know what I'm gonna do.
Sorry, do
Leo's
I
on-
still need to roll the athletics? I'm using my climbing claws.
Yes, I would have you roll a disadvantage if you didn't have the climb speed.
Okay, excellent. So yeah, it's a 7.
Okay, so Leo is a high enough level monk that he can just do like the wall run.
I can't, but like I can't, but I've got like I can get like a stupid amount. I could go for 100, and I could pull 150 feet of movement out of my ass.
Okay.
Not
Then
sustained though. Not
give
sustained
me
over, like,
that
an hour
strength
of work.
athletics check and give me that at disadvantage because you don't have a climbing speed.
Right. And if I fall, well then it's fine because I'm a monk.
Since this might become relevant, can I say that Genevieve is going to be the spotter and ready feather fall in case they fall?
Okay, so I'll throw
Genevieve
that
has dark
20
vision
away.
of 60 feet.
No, I have natural light of the village.
Then they're going to be climbing out of your range of vision very quickly. So you're not going to be able to
Yeah,
see
but
them.
what else can I do?
That
I'll
is
do
an
the
8.
best I can.
An 8 on athletics.
Yeah.
Genevieve, give me
Hopefully
a perception check at disadvantage.
Do I hear them screaming as they fall?
Just make the roll.
5.
5. Ooh, these are low numbers, y'all.
Well, disadvantage, right?
Alister, they're not going to let you chop down the tree. How else do you think you might be able to contribute?
Well, Hugo told me to get out of the way and stop helping.
But Alister loves to help.
He does. He tries.
He loves to scare quotes help.
Yes, and we don't need that right now.
So as
We don't need to
Alister
scare
just
quote.
sitting to the side moping.
Alister will provide first aid for when they inevitably fall.
Okay, so you're like anticipating an obvious injury. Hugo, how would you like to contribute?
Oh, actually, so Alister is going to cast. How many people are going to climb the tree?
Looks like 2, unless Hugo's going up.
No.
Okay, then I'm trying to see how many people this affects. Alister is going to cast Heroism on whoever climbs the tree so that they are immune to being frightened.
Okay. Hugo, how are you going to contribute?
I was thinking that Hugo would be a more of a like a quality inspector for like making sure that they're getting the right kinds of branches.
So when the twigs come down, Hugo's going to sort through them and make sure that the best ones are like set. Okay.
Yeah, the one that Horge is looking for.
Give me an intelligence carpentry tools check.
Okay.
And do you want Allie and Tempest to do anything?
Make Allie climb the tree.
Well, she's not climbing anything. Are you kidding? In fact, she seems very upset that Leo is climbing the tree. Like, Leo is abandoning her to climb up this tree, and she is not happy about that at all.
I don't think Tempest has any action that would help here.
Okay.
Just generic labor.
That's a 10 from Hugo.
Okay.
You guys do have 4 temp HP.
How do I want to do this? Because these are some catastrophic athletics rolls. Which I think is funny, but Geppa, what's your move speed in
30.
30? So you've climbed up 30 feet in one round?
I can dash since I have a climb speed.
Okay. So we're talking about 60?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Leo, same question.
So it would be difficult terrain for me, essentially.
Yes.
All right. So is it difficult terrain, or because I ignore difficult terrain when I dash?
Okay, then you can
Or is
ignore
it just it? Okay, well, all right. In that case,
Well, I want to backpedal that
I was
decision
assuming
because we're not talking about
yeah.
difficult terrain in terms of being on the ground, which
Yeah,
I think is
we're
what
talking about movement taking 2 feet per.
right.
Whatever.
So I'm not going to
Yeah.
let you ignore the climbing aspect of it with that monk ability. Because that's talking about
Right.
That's talking about dashing along the ground. Eventually, you will be able to run up walls and stuff, but we're not there yet.
Yeah. I was just bringing it up, but
Yeah.
I didn't figure that was going to be a thing. So 150, so half that, 75.
75. I have to do math.
Oh no, not that. Not math.
Okay.
That's the scariest part of this whole endeavor.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have enough d8s for this.
D8s.
That's fine. Falling damage is d6.
No, not in this tree. It's not.
Oh no.
But he's
Oh, no.
he's getting beaten by the ugly tree all the way
The
down.
tree
Usually-
actively throws you down.
You guys have 4 temporary hit points, so
And you'll get a feather fall just after you land.
No, you won't because your perception roll sucked.
No, that's what I mean. Just after.
Oh, just
they
after you land. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what'll happen. All right,
I'm already ticking that spell slot off.
Geppa, this is gonna be a lot of damage because you went real. Geppa got higher up into the tree than Leo did. Because Geppa's got a climb
Wait,
speed.
really?
Yeah, because Geppa's got
Oh,
a
I
climb
see,
speed
okay.
and doesn't have to reduce. Leo turns 150 into 75. Geppa went.
60.
Oh, that's level 2.
Yeah, Geppa did go. Geppa can climb 60 feet in one round. Is that correct?
Yeah, with dashing.
Oh, okay. No, I see what I did wrong here. I didn't apply Leo's twice. All right, so no, Leo does get higher in the tree. Okay. Let's apply Geppa's damage first. Geppa, go ahead and take 24 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
Leo.
Mm-hmm.
This is a lot. These are big numbers.
Does this count as falling damage?
No, it's piercing damage.
Oh. Cannot monk slow fall this, huh?
Oh no. 50 points of piercing damage
Oh.
for Leo.
Feather fall.
Four
Splat.
HP.
So you guys go up this tree, and for the first 30, 40 feet or so, it's like climbing any big tree that you guys like grew up in the. Well, Geppa didn't grow up, but it's just climbing any tree out in the wilderness anywhere. I spent my childhood climbing trees all over the place. It's a
yeah.
miracle that I never died.
Same.
Oh,
I-
yeah. Kids are
So-
made of like elastic, so like
I've-
they can fall from tremendous heights and they're fine.
I
But, like, that
falling
scares
out
the
of a
shit
I've definitely gotten stitches from it, but
I fell out of a 150-foot magnolia tree, hit every branch on the way down,
Jesus.
that's probably the
landed
better way
on-
to fall out of one of those.
landed on the roots, laid there for like, there were no adults around, so I laid there for an hour just crying, and then eventually I just got up and limped into the house.
Jesus. We had a
I was
we had a
4
tree
years
in our
old.
backyard that was you could climb all the way to the top of, and I would go up there and like play with battle trolls on the top of the telephone pole that was in the alley behind the tree. If I
Power
am
lines going to it, was there?
directly under this tree, there was a telephone pole next, like on the other side of the alley. Then in between the tree and the pole, there was just this old, like rickety, fucking chain link fence Like, if I ever fell out of that tree, I was dead. And hit that fence. But I never
God,
did.
I'm having flashbacks to What Remains of Edith Finch, just like of all these ways that y'all could die.
Yeah, exactly.
I fell off a haystack that was like 25 feet tall when I was a kid. Like, we all did it. Like,
I think I fell off.
I landed on my back, and then a hay bale landed on top of me.
Well, this is what
And I
Geppa
was
and
fine.
Leo just did, is they fell. Because climbing this tree, the first 30, 40 feet, you're fine. But beyond that, the boughs become thinner, and you have to take more risks in terms of, like, what's going to judging which branches are going to hold your weight properly. And the tree seems to be conspiring against you the higher you climb.
Like,
It becomes apparent
there's
the
this
tree
scene-
doesn't want you there.
There's this scene like 55 feet up where like Leo's like egging Geppa on, calling him slow and whatever, and then just I guess Geppa falls.
Geppa made it 150 feet up into this tree. Leo went 180 feet. And when you fall, inevitably, Geppa, you reach out. Well, I'm imagining Geppa's going, like, going up the trunk of the tree, right? Because he's using his climb speed.
Yeah.
Okay. Whereas Leo's probably doing a more traditional, like, reaching out and grabbing branches and hoisting yourself up to get higher. That's what I'm envisioning.
Yeah, he's monkey barsing it.
He's monkey barsing it. And Geppa, at one point, you just reach up to grab the trunk to pull yourself up, and the patch of bark just comes away in your hand, just sloughs off, and you lose your footing. And the same thing happens to Leo. You're monkey barsing up, you're grabbing hold of the branch, and you reach to grab what you think is this very sturdy branch right at the base of the tree, or right at the trunk of the tree, and the branch doesn't even bend as you pull your weight up, but as soon as you go to move your other hand, it just completely gives way, as though you've grabbed nothing more than a twig. Neither of you fall to the ground.
Oh.
You fall far enough that it's as though the lower portion of the tree reaches out to accept you with these terrible, thorny boughs. So those of you on the ground just see the tree reverberate and shudder where somewhere overhead. And then the loud, echoey sound of Leo's pained groaning.
I'm unconscious.
Well, he's unconscious.
You were knocked
Oh God,
unconscious by
is
that?
he above or below me?
Leo would be above you by about 30 some odd feet. All right, so you're unconscious, so you're dying.
All right, so I'm gonna climb up to Leo, and
Before we
cast
resolve that,
Goodberry.
let's
Sure.
have Leo, because we're using these new dying rules, so let's have Leo immediately make a death saving throw.
Sure.
I designed a couple of little village encounters. I didn't
Fail.
think this was going to be the most dangerous one.
I rolled a 7.
A 7, so you're like impaled. One of these
All right,
thorny
so-
branches poking up through you, and then Geppa, you want to climb up to where he is.
Yeah, so he's 30 feet up. That takes my movement.
Okay.
Do I have to roll anything?
No, as long as you're not dashing.
Okay,
you-
and then
if
as
you
my action, I will cast Goodberry,
Sure.
and then on my next turn, I can administer a Goodberry.
Does Goodberry require material or somatic components?
If you have a spell focus.
Yes,
it does.
material.
Okay.
Do you have a spell focus?
If you
I-
shove him to the ground, I can heal him.
I brought my staff with me, right? I got rid of my armor, but I still have my staff.
Yeah, you can. I'm not going to penalize you.
Like I don't generally go anywhere without my staff.
I want you to make me
Yeah,
a
I'm
spell
completely
casting
useless
ability
without it.
check to safely handle your staff and cast the spell while also holding onto this tree.
That's a 16.
Okay. Let's go ahead and take the effects of the Goodberry, pop them back up to with a hit point or whatever it does.
Okay.
Maybe we should climb slowly.
Leo, how are we feeling? Do you want to continue climbing with one hit point?
So Leo says, I think I'm just gonna. And then I think I'm just gonna. Yeah. How far up am I currently?
The position you're at in the tree now You have the presence of mind. I mean, your vision is swimming. You've got this spiky tree branch protruding from part of your body. Looking up and looking down, you can neither see the height of the tree that you had just climbed to, nor can you see the ground. And the reason that's scary is because remember you have this illuminated pool beneath you, and you cannot see it from your position.
Do I still have the branch that I like broke?
Did we
when
get
I was
any
falling?
twigs?
Like, because if I have the branch, I'm like up from that high. I'm gonna be like, you know what?
You're good.
Break this down.
Okay.
I'm good. I got this. I'm just gonna go down.
I'm going to say Geppa has not collected any twigs yet because his plan was to climb all the way to the top, and he didn't get all the way to the top.
Yep. I'm gonna escort Leo down.
Okay. So those of you at the base of the tree, you hear the kerfuffle. I like to imagine that Leo made the goofy noise as he fell. And then a few moments later, they come slowly climbing down. Leo is bleeding fairly badly. He was impaled because the tree has had all these thorns and spikes, and even, I mean, Geppa is scratched and shredded up. Leo's holding out this broken branch covered in twigs.
I have two branches, and like he pulls the one out of his torso and throws it, and then the one he's got in his hand,
Genevieve
and then
will
he
run
just
up
kind
to
of falls over.
Yeah, Genevieve will run up to Léopold and go, emergency! And then you heal 9.
Okay.
I'm going to give Alister the opportunity to heal first, because he said that was going to be his job. When they inevitably get injured, Alister's standing by to heal. So what does Alister...
Oh, yeah, you know that... Well... Okay, I'm still...
Genevieve was watching... Like saw the kerfuffle and was, like, watching, expecting falling people to cast Featherfall on.
Allie! Does Allie see this happen?
Yeah, Allie's watching them climb down from the tree. She's angry and serves him
Allie,
right.
do you want me to heal him?
You ask Allie if you should heal Leo?
Yes.
She doesn't answer right away, which is concerning.
I hand Genevieve a bundle of 8 good berries, keeping one for myself. You want to patch me up before I go back up?
Allie,
Sure.
do you want me to heal Leo?
Yeah, she doesn't answer right away. She's like, has crossed her arms in a huff. She's she's thinking about it.
He's gonna die if you don't tell me. What do you want me to do here, Allie? He's your boyfriend.
We probably shouldn't let him die, even though it's his fault that he's in this mess.
Okay,
Noted.
I'm gonna heal your boyfriend.
Geppa, heal 6.
Thank you.
I have 1 spell slot left. I'm going to save that for Featherfall in case that works.
Leo, get 14 back.
All right.
What are you at right now?
24. Plus 4 temp hit points.
So Leo, you're not going back up. You've got 2 branches.
12.
Get back what?
Another 12. Yeah, Alister just rips the branches out and heals them. Just
Okay.
take another 12.
I'm at full.
Hugo.
Can I just say that Chris's like catty bitchness is really fucking infuriating?
You're not even involved in this cattiness.
I know.
You're just a witness to all of this.
I'm a witness to it and I hate it. I love you, Chris. Never change.
High school.
Hugo,
Oh,
you have
Hugo is older than high school.
Leo has 2 branches that he pulled down from the tree, and he said, "Yep, I'm good. That's as good as it's gonna get." He sets it in front of Hugo. So now Hugo's task is to go through and sort the twigs. And yeah, sure enough, I mean they didn't make it to the top of the tree. I mean Geppa's going back up. We're gonna explore that in a minute. But these twigs are hard as nails.
Well, this seems to be what Horge is looking for, so good work, I suppose. Go put some ice on that.
I'm good.
How do you work a material like this? Like, could you cut it?
You'd have to ask Ellen Veritas. Her family's the one who specializes in wood steel.
I mean, she's asking Hugo.
Okay.
I've never worked in wood steel, but it seems like it would be close to that, perhaps.
Genevieve takes out her tinker's tools and like tries to like chip away at it just to see what it does.
Be careful because we don't want to. I don't want to break what we already had. What our good friend has already bled for.
It's not going to explode, and I'm not sure I can actually damage it.
I'd really rather you not. Thank you.
I just want to clarify something. Because a minute ago, Genevieve was like, all right, if Geppa's going back up, I'm going to make sure that I've got Featherfall ready just in case. But then she immediately
New
saw something
entrance.
shinier, and now she's distracted. By
New
what you do.
entrance.
And that's why Hugo is trying to go shoo.
Very good.
I mean, I think she would get the hint, but like, this is fascinating to her.
Geppa, you're going back up, and as you do, Tempest
This one
tries
will
to
not
dissuade
dash.
you. Tempest, you're going up. Tempest is like, what are you doing? You already got hurt, and you're just ignoring her. And
Yeah.
It's like Geppa gets like 20 feet up, and then Leo's like laying at the base of the tree. He goes, "I was faster."
You also almost died, Hugo.
That's a separate issue.
Or Leo. I'm Hugo. It's me.
Leo
He's
doesn't
so
see.
beside himself. He's dissociated.
Leo
Do
sees
I
this.
still have the 4 temp HP?
Yeah, you do.
Leo sees no correlation whatsoever with how quickly and recklessly he climbed that tree and how badly he was just injured.
Hugo,
Nope.
do you want me to go with Geppa?
Can I get a bardic inspiration die actually?
Yes.
Yeah, actually.
Go.
Okay.
And do you have enhance ability prepared?
No, I do not. I don't
that's
prepare
true.
spells. I'm not a
Or,
wizard.
yeah. Sorry.
No, I do not.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Geppa,
yeah.
give me another strength athletics check.
You got it.
You
Actually,
Do you
give me
have
2 of
athletics?
those because you said you're not dashing this time. You're going slower, so
Yeah.
in
What's
twice.
the
as
bard
much-
die right now?
It's still a D6 to a level.
do you have any athletics D4s?
I would have used them already if I had. So that's an athletics of 13.
The 13. And what's the second one? Let's have you do 2 of those.
Did that pass or did I need to use? Did that pass? The bard die. There are some things about the way they make mechanics of rolling dice with bonuses stupid in this game. 15.
13 and a 15. Did you use the bard die on either of those?
I used the bard die on the first one.
Okay. Taking it very carefully, and it's almost a battle of wills climbing this tree. Now that you kind of know what to expect, you second guess your instincts about where to climb, where to place your weight. And your goal is to go to the very, very top of the tree. Is that correct?
Yep.
You get up to the very top.
Actually,
And you're perched on branches when you get up there that you, by all rights, should not properly support your weight. And you hear a kind of sing-song voice next to you. A piece of advice: don't disturb the nests.
I look around.
You look around, and there's this tiny little creature perched on the tree next to you. This scaly reptilian creature with little claws and a long jagged snout and big leathery wings folded across its back. And it's dangling upside down from a branch nearby. And it's regarding you with its beady little eyes. And it's giving you this sarcastic smirk and watching you work.
What do the nests look like?
Oh, they don't look like anything. They're woven from space and shadow. You'll never see them.
Okay, how do I avoid disturbing them then?
It's inclined to answer your question, but it wants to know what you'll do in return.
I have this. I offered a good berry.
And it reaches out with its little claw and snatches the good berry, and he holds it and it regards it, kind of, ooh, for a moment. And he snarfs it down and gobbles it messily. This is very well. Lash your tongue out like this. And it lashes its tongue out like a snake would. In a rhythmic...
I try to do that.
Can Geppa do that?
Sure.
I mean,
not like a snake, like a human trying to be like a snake.
Okay. You realize there's a kind of hypnotic music to how the little creature is flicking its tongue in and out. You try to emulate it as best you can. And it gives a little shrug and it says, maybe that was good enough. The important thing is you tried.
I agree. And I'll start collecting twigs, trying to see if any supernatural senses warn me about any nests.
Are you doing the weird tongue music thing as you go?
Yep.
And after a couple minutes of work, you fill up your whole bushel. And the creature just kind of watches you work the whole time.
And then I'll start climbing down. Thanks for the help.
And it just gives you a sneer. Then it unfolds its wings and it flaps away. And unfortunately, we are going to need 2 more checks for you to climb safely down.
Okay. These are athletics.
Yep.
That's an 8.
Ooh, an 8. And what's the second one?
Oh, the second one is another 8. Very
Okay.
consistent.
I'm assuming he's more than 60 feet away.
So I had this idea. I didn't want to interrupt your scene.
Yeah.
I don't know if this can help me. Boswick can fly and sort of tail along with Geppa.
Sure.
And if something happens to Geppa, can he like go beep 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 so I can ready Fetterfall? Would that help me in some way? I genuinely don't know if he's gonna fall far enough that I can see him. But if he did,
give me a second to think about it. So if I had known that Boswick was there, that scene would have been very different.
well then don't worry about it.
Yeah. So when
Yeah.
Boswick tries to follow Geppa up the tree, I'm going to say they get separated as Geppa's climbing up. At one point, Boswick just loses track of him.
Okay.
And then it's up to you if you just want Boswick to search ineffectually or come back down.
I think he would come back down and like his eyes would just flash question marks. And Genevieve would be like, "Oh man."
Give me an Arcana check. Some advantages you have on this check. Don't roll the check at advantage, but like you have a person who gets their magical like battery from the Shadowfell. You also have people who have just climbed this tree and kind of described to you what it was like.
I have 17.
17?
Yeah.
When Boswick returns and has little question marks flashing in his eyes, you know kind of, or you suspect what has gone on is the tree is not just growing up through space, it's also twisting through the Shadowfell. The tree is growing sideways in addition to growing upwards, which is part of the problem that they're having. Geppa, I'm going to give you some more damage.
Yep.
20 points of piercing damage this time, as the tree just conspires against you, drops you down.
Well, I'm bloodied, but still one piece. Do I manage to keep hold of the bundle of twigs I got from the very top?
Yes, you managed to climb back down, and you... I mean, I like to think that you just got your brand new clothes all shredded from these thorns.
Oh, yeah. So Geppa climbs down to about 5 feet above the pool, jumps across, lands in a pile, and just drops the twigs on the ground, looks at Jen. I think I need a mending on my new clothes.
Emergency, and she casts mending,
Hugo.
which is very slow.
Horge is very impressed and how high up into the tree. Like, he was fine with the twigs that Leo brought down the first time and is overjoyed at the harvest. This has gone far beyond his expectations of what he thought any of you were capable of. Very, very impressive work. And he's helping you sort out.
There's another one. Can't exceed expectations 2 campaigns in a row either.
I will later. I will apologize to both Leo and Geppa, and I owe them a favor
For what?
for how much you got messed up by that tree.
I think you owe the tree an anti-favor instead.
We
Also
could
fair.
cut it down.
Alister had the right idea after all.
Hugo chuckles and puts a hand on his axe for a second.
Everyone take the benefits of a short rest. Because you guys are going to take some time
Extra hit die.
kind of sitting here by the pool, relaxing after your ordeal. Somebody's going to bring out a kettle of tea for you. And you have enough time to kind of sit and unwind for about an hour. Before 2 of the little grunkling children, I like to think of them as grunklingling.
Grunklings?
Yeah.
Yes. No, that is correct.
Like
you're objectively correct.
Coming running towards the tree where you guys are sitting. Hugo and Horge are sitting on the ground in front of the pool, sorting through the twigs, and everybody else is lounging about. And yeah, these 2 little grunklings come running down the path from the direction of the farm where you guys first kind of entered, calling out for help. Where are the visitors? We need the visitors' help.
Did you say grunklings?
Yeah, they're grunklings.
Yes.
They're little grunkling children.
You said it just like so naturally that my brain shorted out.
We got to move past this, Raz. We're on to the next thing now.
I'm sorry.
Hugo douses his pipe, stands up, and runs over. What's wrong?
The turnips.
Is it an emergency?
The turnips. They seem to be unable to properly
Just
explain
show-
the situation.
just show us what's going on, and Hugo motions for them to lead the way.
Who is following the grunklings back to the farm?
Hugo, obviously.
It's
Everyone?
Alister will.
I can't imagine it's not everyone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all going.
Who do I want to inflict here? Let me think. Sometimes I would just have you guys roll off randomly, but I don't think I'm going to do that today. I think I'm going to inflict this upon Alister. Alister, you're falling in as you guys are collecting your things real quick, picking up your weapons and stuff up off the ground to follow these grunklings up to the farm, where apparently there's a problem with the turnips. And you hear a little sing-song voice behind you. And it just kind of tisks. Yep. Whatever you do, if I were you, I would keep my mouth and my nose carefully closed.
Oh God, invasive species. Yeah, Alister will pull out a piece of cloth from his bag and tie it over his face like a mask.
Okay. Yeah, and as you're doing this, you realize that you're making your way to the farm, and following you, padding along on the ground next to you, is this little reptilian creature with folded, leathery bat wings.
Oh, hey, do you want to ride?
No, I don't want to go anywhere near those horrible things. And now,
What, the turnips?
as you're approaching the fence, you see that there is a commotion in the back corner of the garden. And I realize that we're on there are squares on this map. If you zoom way in, you can see the squares.
There are. They're very dim, but they are there.
Oh, we're back there? Okay.
Oh,
Uh,
okay.
Do we all see this bat creature?
Right now, just Alister, and it's just a very quick interaction with the little bat creature, because everybody else is busy following Hugo. Alister was at the back of the lion, and it was this very quick interaction, and the creature does not follow you all out to the farm.
So I'm trying to
But
measure.
you do see Alister with a mask on his face, and he will tell you that you may want to do the same.
Okay.
I don't think I have
Sure.
anything to make a mask.
Why don't we
Unless you breathe in spores.
go ahead and here, I'm going to give you guys. Actually, we should have a Tempest on the map already somewhere.
She is some.
She's impossible to find because I think I gave her a black token. Yeah, she's impossible to
Yeah.
ever see.
Let's hear.
Let's go ahead and take a break here.
Sounds good.
Go ahead and get your coffee, get your bagel. We'll reconvene in about 15 minutes, and we will see what's going on with the devil turnips.
Devil turnips.
So I have a bedroll that I could tear into cloth from masks and then just mend it back together later. So I'm gonna assume that will work. For anybody,
Might take a couple of minutes.
Well, afterward I don't need it. Like, oh no, 5 minutes of mending before bed, right? Okay, back for lunch.
I mean, that might be like your action economy for the entirety of this combat is
do it
preparing
before
masks
we
for
start.
everybody.
Yeah, do it before we start the combat.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean.
We'll see how that shakes out. I don't think Brickroad's going to be that generous. Just setting expectations.
So how was everybody's week?
Pretty good.
Today's snack is goldfish crackers.
The snack that smiles
Delicious.
back.
They sell goldfish in these like gargantuan like $20 boxes.
Yeah.
So I just climbed inside one and I live in there now.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
You know they're making an Until Dawn movie.
So my problem
Which
with
is
that
just-
is
It's just funny to me.
like I liked Until Dawn a lot. But part of the novelty of it for me was that it was the classic slasher movie tropes played straight in like a video game form.
Mhm.
So if they make a movie and they remove like the interactive element from it, all they're left with is just the classic slasher movie tropes.
Yeah.
So are they going to do like a twist and like do something creative and fun with it, or are they just going to be banking on like executing the tried and true tropes in a way that is satisfying? Like what are they going to do to make the movie good?
I don't know.
When was the last time someone actually made just a straight out slasher movie that didn't have anything else going on? Like, well,
I mean, it's not uncommon. It's just when was the last time somebody made an like a actual like triple A like budget slasher movie?
I didn't watch it, but I know that they did a Scream series, like was it on
Yeah.
HBO or something? But it was that genre kind of waxes and wanes, and I think we're like in a valley right now until the next big.
So apparently, like reading this, the recap of the thing. Apparently, like what they're doing. Oh, it's already out. Holy crap! It came out like 2 months ago.
The movie
Yeah.
is it like in
Until Dawn.
theaters or is it streaming on something?
I don't know. Let me see. It came out in April. But it's apparently what they're doing, like to kind of capture the feel about like the different like choices and stuff. Is the movie takes place like in a time loop.
Okay, I do like enjoy a good time loop story. I've seen them done badly, but I've also seen them done really well.
I mean, that's a decent way, I guess, to like adapt something like that. Because you can't do the like when a thing like that is multiple choice.
what's that Tom Cruise movie that's based on an anime? It's not really all that much like the anime or whatever.
Oh,
The battle one?
yeah,
Something Tomorrow.
yeah,
Yeah.
Edge of Tomorrow,
Edge
and
of
then
Tomorrow?
the original one
Right.
is All You Need Is Kill.
Right.
Yeah.
They got the
So-
director of horror movies nobody's heard of and the 30th Annabelle movie.
Yeah. The company Supermassive is making a new one of those that looked actually
feel like-
kind of interesting.
Edge of Tomorrow is literally just a tool-assisted speedrun as a movie, and it's brilliant.
I remember enjoying that movie.
I thought it was okay, but when I watch a time travel movie, the thing I want more than anything is for the time travel rules to be consistent.
Yeah, good luck.
And often they're not.
I don't think they were terribly inconsistent.
Yeah, I think that one
in
was pretty good about it.
In Edge of
I don't
Tomorrow,
think it was exceptional.
Yeah.
But I don't remember it being particularly bad.
They don't really explore the
you don't really
rules of the time.
you
time travel.
you don't really feel it while you're watching the movie because they're distracting you with the movie, right? But when you stop to think about it when I stopped to think about it afterwards, I noticed some stuff that bothered me. I can't remember what. It's been years now, so.
Yeah, I don't think about movies afterwards. I watch them, I either enjoy it or I don't, and then that's it.
See, I have to think about it. I can't not think about it.
Like that's the reason I watch Fifth Element so much, because like I watch it, it's great, and then I don't think about it afterwards.
Is there a better time travel movie than Primer, or is Primer the best one?
I think so.
Trying to remember what happened in Primer.
Like I could answer that question, but
Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
Yeah, maybe.
I also
Not a bad
really,
answer.
really enjoyed Tenet, even though Tenet also had inconsistencies with some of the ways that the time travel stuff worked. But loved Tenet.
What is it? The third Harry Potter movie? I actually really like the time travel in that one.
I didn't see that movie, but I'm trying to think in terms of the books. That's the one where she gets the amulet.
It's one where she actually uses the time twister. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the amulet that lets her roll back
That's the
time.
third
and,
one?
Like,
Am I remembering
roll
that right?
back.
Yeah, I
roll
think
back to
that's
save yeah,
Azkaban.
that is the third book. Yeah.
Now,
That was just much better than all the other Harry Potter movies anyway, and I think the time travel was pretty good in it.
the time tuner is fine in that story, but it's like that's like book 3 of 7. And then going through the rest of the books, you keep seeing things like, man, they could solve this problem with a time tuner like immediately.
Well, no. See, here's the problem. Here's what happened. Is like, I think it was Sean and Jen who said this. It's like, okay, yeah, she's Rowling has like a one book lag on trying to fix like the stuff that she's introduced that makes a mess of later plots. So it's like in the third book we have this time travel device. Fourth book, all the bad shit happens. Nobody has a time turner device to fix it. Fifth book, oh, they broke all the time travel devices.
I mean,
there's
very obvious. It's obvious that, like, first of all, she just wrote by the seat of her pants, but also, like, that was like a controlled, like, item.
Yeah, like
You know?
there's bureaucracy to controlling who gets these things and who is allowed use of them. But
it's definitely a factor where
they gave it to a teenager.
Yes.
They gave one to a teenager who wanted to attend more school.
the most responsible teenager, admittedly.
Admittedly, but
It's surely a case of this, like, the author was more interested in creating the scenario for that book, and Rowling was never been big on having a super consistent that was never the goal, is to have a consistent magic system that makes logical sense across everything.
she just needs it to do whatever the plot demands of it.
Right. It's like a Star Trek episode. Like, the technology,
Yeah.
it can always do what it needs to do this week, and next week, maybe it doesn't do that anymore. Which is absolutely fine. I don't have any problem with that. But that's particularly noticeable because there's so many problems in the later books. It's like, oh, if they wanted to time travel, they could. They just forgot that they could do that. How come they didn't just give Aerith the Phoenix down, right?
Yeah, it's like once you introduce time travel and stuff, it ends up becoming a crush a lot of times.
Yeah, you don't.
Because Phoenix Down removes the KO'd status and she's dead.
Ah, okay, got it.
Yeah. How do we feel about Time Cop's consistency?
I haven't seen that movie in so long.
My favorite, this is nothing to do with time travel, but my favorite comment that Rowling ever made about her magic system was comparing, like, a wizard, like their combat capability, to like a trained soldier with a rifle. Like, a wizard can't do anything that just a really good marksman could not do. That made a lot of sense to me in terms of how come the wizards don't just take over the world? Because there's a lot more guns than wizards, that's why.
Yep. And then you have drones.
And then we had our Mage Tower game where Geppa just proved the point for us. Just have one guy sniping everybody, and you'll win.
But they need more Meteor Swarm. I think a level 20 Mage Tower campaign would be great.
Are we just waiting on Raz to get back?
Oh, I'm here. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm just
okay.
not saying. I'm talking to friends about blueprints. That's what I'm doing.
I'm
Now
take the
Brickroad's gonna get butt mad again.
Nope, not gonna happen.
Oh, not gonna get
What'd you
butt
beat
mad
it?
about blueprints again.
I think he finished.
I'm
Are you sure?
I'm
you
just
finished?
gonna say that I'm not gonna get butt mad about it and leave it at that. I mean, I've got more work I still need to do. Let's roll some initiative.
I think Genevieve wanted to do something before we entered combat.
Yeah, so are we all just wearing masks? I guess we could just declare that.
Yeah, if you want. I mean, you see Alister has pulled some cloth up over his face.
I mean, it certainly couldn't hurt, right?
I'll tie my.
That's a good time to roll 20.
I think I was initiative bitch last time.
Well, I rolled a
Everybody
12
roll-
for that.
Everybody roll for it.
I rolled a 2
Let
apparently.
me roll.
Oh, I rolled a 12.
I also rolled a 12.
Sorry, my initiative nerd is 17.
Yeah, it's me. I just gotta remember how to do picture in picture
Yeah, right click just on the table and click picture in picture.
without it crashing Tabletop Simulator.
Oh, that's not the correct channel. Where is Tempest? Stat block. There it is. What she get? She got this. Oh, I also need to do that.
Okay, let me
And then
I'm
make sure
doing
you
this
hit
right.
the little lock icon to lock
Yeah.
the picture in picture view.
Okay. Approaching the fence. This little guy's a grunkling. In the back corner of the garden is the grunkling farmer, Grep. And he's been harvesting turnips. And arranged around him, you guys can see all these markers.
Yep.
4 red
Yes.
ones?
Arranged around him are creatures that can only be described as violent devil turnips. They have
Mm.
they're turnips with little arms and legs and very, very angry faces. The turnips are medium-sized creatures, so they're enormous. I guess a good analog would be like, think of those pictures you've seen with like the farmer posed next to his like prize pumpkin that is this just pumpkin with gigantism.
1,500 pounds or whatever, however they do that.
Yeah. So getting these turnips out of the ground took a lot of effort. It's probably what Grep has been doing all morning. But the turnips are surrounding him menacingly as you all approach. Allie is not going to approach the farmer. She's just going to yell at Leo for leaving her again. So we're not going to worry about Allie for this combat. And we've placed Tempest on the order. Who's at the top of my order?
Top of your order is Genevieve.
So Genevieve,
Followed by Alister.
on the other side, the fence is low enough that you guys don't have to worry about it. You can cross this fence just kind of by stepping over it. But the garden is fenced in. And at the back corner of the fence, 4 medium-sized turnips are about to eat this poor grunkling.
So I was super excited because I was like, how often do you get to Thunderwave 4 creatures? And then you dropped the Grunkling right in the center.
I'm not
So,
saying
plan-
you can't do that.
I'm not going to do that, but actually, you know what? Before I move up there, let's shoot this one.
Okay.
Uh, 19 to hit.
19 does it. They have an armor class of turnip.
Yay. We love turnip. 9 electric damage.
Okay. So you
Mine lightning,
zap the
so-
first turnip.
Never had
I
turnips.
like my turnips electrified, Genevieve says. And then she will advance. But not with Boswick. Sorry, Boswick. Oh no! I can't remove him. And Genevieve will put herself right here.
So you're going to just hop the little fence and run, just go trampling through the garden, taking a position in between 2 of the turnips.
Yeah, how dare I trample through this garden at such a moment, right? Like, it's so inconsiderate. And then Boswick's going to fire at the one that I also fired at.
Very good.
And he is 16 to hit.
16 will hit.
And he does 3 force damage.
Okay.
And I think he's good where he is. Well, he can just... Yeah, that's fine. He can back off a little bit.
All right.
And that's me.
Who's next?
Next up is Alister.
Alister, what do?
Alister's going to shift forward a little bit, and then he's going to do a level 2 Bane that will hit all 4 of the turnips.
Okay.
So I need DC 14 Charisma saves from each of the turnips.
I have exactly 4 d20s for just this moment.
This is some very charismatic turnips.
It's going to be 2 passes and 2 fails. So I'm going to assume that the 18 and 19 pass, but the ones don't.
Yeah, you don't need DC 14.
Which 2 would you like to Bane?
I guess the 2 that are next to Genevieve.
So one of those has taken some damage from Genevieve's lasers, and you want to Bane that one and then the other one next to her?
No, you know what? Let's ban the 2 away from Genevieve.
Yeah, that's fine. My AC is pretty high.
Okay. And is Alister moving or staying put?
Alister is going to stay put, but as a bonus action, he will give Hugo a Bard dice.
Hugo has Bardic Inspiration. Who's next?
Next up is Leo, followed by Tempest.
Question. What is the range increment on a Grunkling?
You want to throw the Grunkling?
I'm going to grab the Grunkling and throw it out of the middle of the turnips.
There's no way to throw this Grunkling without damaging the Grunkling. You cannot safely throw a person.
Can you set him down on the other side of you?
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
Okay, I'll gingerly reach over and grab the Grunkling,
Okay.
and then I will set him over here.
I'm going to impose the attacks of opportunity the Grunkling would have taken on you for those
Okay.
2 turnips standing next to you. As you are focusing on reaching in between them and grabbing this Grunkling up and moving around. Let's just see. Now, one's not going to hit. I've got a 22 to hit with the other one.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay.
Silvery Barbs.
You're going to silver.
Okay, go ahead.
Alister's going to react to Silvery Barbs that. That's going to turn that into a 7 to hit.
No.
Genevieve and Leo, as you reach in, you grab this Grunkling, you're going to turn it around. The 2 turnips standing next to you, the stem on the top of their like weird deformed turnip head comes detached and unfolds into this scorpion stinger. One of them lashes out with a stinger, misses Leo to the left. The other one lashes out, misses Leo to the right. And you are not stung by a turnip yet. But this is definitely not physiology that a turnip should have.
I set the Grunkling down and say, please skedaddle. This is the farmer, right?
Yes.
Right.
I mean, that was
sure
my... I'm going to bonus action dodge.
Sure.
That's what I'm going to do.
I sure
mean,
hope this
definitely
doesn't
don't
happen
want this in your
often.
mouth.
Like, I feel like these 4 turnips would decimate the entire village.
That's it for Leo. Who's next?
Next up is Tempest, followed by Geppa.
Who is in the driver's seat for Tempest right now?
I guess I should be.
This is your
I chose a-
responsibility?
I chose a bad path there, so let me do a path that doesn't provoke. Oh, wait, this doesn't have a reaction,
No.
does it?
The 2 next to Leo do
Yeah.
not.
Whatever. Okay. Attack. With her great whatever. I think it's a great sword.
Yeah.
Oh shoot. Sorry. I keep answering questions about blueprints. And that's not where Tempest's character sheet is. 23 to hit.
23 does hit.
Alright, that is 7 slashing damage.
And it is bloodied.
And she'll attack again. I have a 9 to hit.
A 9 does not hit.
I didn't think it would. Yeah, that's all I think she can do.
Okay.
Don't need to bump second wind yet.
Who's next?
Geppa, followed by the turnips.
Geppa.
Okay, so I'm going to cast Shillelagh as my bonus action, and then are any of these turnips bloodied?
Yes, the southernmost one, the one that's in between everybody.
Okay. I'm going to cast a second level bolide bullets, so this one's going to take 2 bullets, and this one's going to take 3.
Okay. Give me the damage on the bloodied one first.
Yep. That's 5 damage.
5 damage. And then the other one?
11 damage.
For 11
I'll
damage.
brandish my staff. What is this thing?
That looks like a stack of hay or something like hay bale back there.
I climb on top of it?
Yeah, sure. You want to get up overhead?
I want to stand here.
All right.
That's my turn.
Who's next?
Your turnips, followed by Hugo.
There are loud thump sounds, 4 in a row, thump, 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 as the 4 turnips vanish into the soil. And when they burrow in different directions, you understand what I mean when they have like a Bugs Bunny burrow trail wherever they go?
Yes.
The first one is going to use its movement. So it's not going to provoke attacks of opportunity when they move. And they have to move in straight lines. So how do I want to do? I guess south. That's 5 squares. So this will move through Genevieve's square. So Genevieve, I need a dexterity saving throw, please. Your DC is
Ooh,
14.
520.
As the thing burrows underneath your boots, it rocks your center of weight. You almost fall over, but you manage to stay put. The second one will move, I guess, right next to it. That's going to go through Tempest's square. So Tempest, give me that dex save.
She is 19.
19, so she's fine. Third one. If it moves here without leaving a threat range, and then it can start burrowing, but it can only go 4 squares.
Right.
Oh, this works. This works fine. He's just going to come up underneath Boswick.
Can it go
Boswick's
under the river?
flying.
Can it what?
Like, is this a river or a road, or what is this that we're?
This is just a road.
on?
Yeah, this is just like it's a cool looking path. It looks like it has like glazed stones set into it.
Yeah, it was some sort of like Lily Pond River or something.
But yeah, as it goes underneath both Hugo and Alister, like the tiles making up the path break and blister beneath your boots. So I need that dex save from both of you.
Oh, that's a pass.
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 Hugo, we're good. And then give one to Geppa as well. Because even up on the hay bale, it's going to jostle underneath you as it goes under.
That's a dex save of 23.
Okay, so nobody falls over.
Should have taken that left turn at Albuquerque.
Exactly. This one had to come up in Alister's threat range, so that's fine. So we're going to have it try to sting Alister. My man is baned. That's going to come in handy here. Alister, I'm going to assume the 1 doesn't hit.
It is not.
And then a 16 to hit.
You know what? Let's silvery barbs that.
So use your
Hey,
reaction to
this-
silvery barbs.
You have a reaction.
No, yeah, I already used it on what's his face. Oh, by the way, Hugo, you have that advantage for that silvery barbs.
Yeah. And I have my reaction though.
Do you get a reaction in this case?
Yeah. I wasn't surprised, was I?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, no, within 30 feet, this the fickle whims of the winds redirect that whatever you roll to hit
Mhm.
to that attack, to that guy.
So wait, what am I doing?
Let me verify that because I have cliff notes.
What are you doing? What class feature are you using?
The rune carver effect on
Okay.
it for cloud giants.
So right now, this creature here is using multi-attacking against Alister. The first attack missed, the second attack hit. Alister can't Silvery Barbs because he's already used his reaction this turn. That's where we are at this moment.
I could. Yep, yes. I can redirect one attack within 30 feet of me to another creature within 30 feet of me.
So you want to redirect that stinger attack to this creature, even though he's not in melee? That feature can do that?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, yeah.
That's not very nice. That's not very nice at all.
Good news is I can only do that once per long rest.
I mean, it's not good for us.
It's only inconvenient for you once.
Then yeah, Alister, you are saved from being stung as this other turnip over here suddenly sprouts a stinger wound. Doesn't seem very nice. Hugo, this guy doesn't like that very much. He's going to attack you, and their ranged attack is considerably more scary. But everybody, when you approach the fence, everybody took Alister's advice and like pulled a mask up so your noses and mouths are covered.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm going to give you advantage on these saving throws. But first, I've got to see if I even hit you. Hugo, I have a 16 to hit.
16 does hit.
I'm sorry, he's baned. Let me subtract d4s from these.
Well, then it'll miss.
Okay, it's going to turn into a 14 to hit. And then the other one, I've got an 18 to hit on the second attack.
That'll still hit, yeah.
The thing spits this jet of, let's call it boiling hot, frothy turnip juice. Okay?
Gross.
And spits at you. So first we'll apply the damage. Damage is the same. So 6 points of poison damage.
Sure.
And roll a d6.
Six.
Give me a DC 14 wisdom saving throw. Make this at advantage because you have your face covered so that you have some protection from the fumes of this poisonous spit. I'm sorry, venomous spit. I don't want to get corrected in the comments.
Did you say DC 14?
I did say DC 14.
Then that's a pass on one. Yep.
Okay. For a moment, your head swims. So you get hit by this red hot blast of poison liquid. And then for a moment, the fumes, these acrid fumes, roll up over your head. And you don't breathe all of them in. You've got some protection. But for a moment, your head just swims and you feel very drowsy. Now let's attack
I don't like that.
Leo with 2 of these spits. Why not? Why not attack Leo, right?
Leo's a good boy.
My
He's
man's
done
not
nothing wrong.
Bane, so I'm looking at a 21 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
And a 50. I'm sorry, you're dodging. I gotta roll these at disadvantage.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I am dodging.
So I've got a 15 to hit.
No.
And an 11 to hit.
No.
And then Genevieve, how you doing?
Hi.
Genevieve, I have a 13 to hit
No.
and a nat 20.
Boo. Why does Genevieve always get the critical hits?
That's a low damage roll, so you're okay.
Oh, well, that's fine.
5 points of poison damage and roll me a d6.
Let's see. 4.
4. I need a DC 14 Constitution saving throw, please. You can make this at advantage if you're wearing one of those. If you're taking Alister's advice and wearing a mask.
Oh, I have 25.
25. Same thing happens. You get hit by this blast of red hot poisonous liquid, and the fumes of it, for a moment, your whole body just tingles painfully, just pins and needles. You manage to shrug off the effect, and you are not paralyzed for 1 minute.
Gross. Oh, that would be awful.
That was all 4 of my turnips have now attacked, which means it's the end of Turnip's turn. Who's next?
Hugo with his advantage in bar dice.
Get him, boss.
Actually,
So the 2 on the left side of the field with Hugo and Alister, those are the 2 that are baned.
are these are the ones that are bloodied? Yes.
One of those guys is bloodied, yes.
I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna go over here.
Yeah.
Sure,
Yeah. I'm gonna swing at him with
Sure.
my great axe,
do it.
and with advantage. That is a 24 to
roll?
hit.
Did
20.
you roll advantage?
24 does hit.
I did. I rolled a 12 and an 18.
Oh, I didn't actually see the dice roll. Sorry,
Hey, look at that 3. Look at that minimum damage.
the worst number.
7 points of slashing damage.
If you could do another one like that, you'll finish it off.
Oh, God.
Level 4.
I think we determined that this adventure will probably push you all over the... I mean, you can't level up till you get back to class, but...
Action surge. Let's do it again.
Start the ride again.
Assuming which one works.
Action surge is just the poor man's extra attack.
Yeah. Oh, God. Oh, brother. This guy stinks. That's a nat 1.
Nope, not going to do it. It probably literally does stink. Now there's this weird paralytic turnip fume kind of hanging in the air. Is that it for
Like that.
Hugo?
Yeah, that's it.
All right, who's next?
Genevieve, kill them. You can Thunderwave 2 of them.
When we get to initiative order 0, that's when I'll take the Grunkling off the board.
Yeah, I was gonna
Well,
ask if
we
he was
did
gonna
it,
like
yeah.
if he was gonna book it after. I was gonna ask if he hit initiative count 0. Then
Yeah,
he would
yeah.
book it.
But we'll leave him on the field until then, just in case something terrible happens
Yeah,
to him.
well, it's
Well,
Well,
it's
it's-
not
it
Grunkling.
is-
It's 0
it's-
now.
It's 0 now.
Okay, then he'll just Grunkling his happy butt out of danger and leave the turnips to you guys. Who's next?
Genevieve, followed by Alister.
Let's see here. How dexterous do you think a turnip is?
We're
Actually,
about to find out.
which one is baned? Let's see here. These are baned, right?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm not on here. Okay. I'm gonna catapult a different vegetable at that one. So I need a dexterity save. On the bane.
Okay.
Cabbage.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Got a 21 on the dex save.
With bane? Oh no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's 17 on the dex
I
save.
mean, it's still really high. Oh no. Do I do any damage with this if you miss?
Nope. It just goes on
No,
to the
next
next.
save again.
Listen, we've
just
all
hits
played
positive now.
Super Mario 2. We all know how hard it is to land a vegetable in that guy's mouth.
Yeah, I know. Oh man. It does make that little sound as she like catapults it.
Yeah, of course.
But sadly,
Like the
it's
cartoons.
Genevieve, moving or staying put?
she is going to move.
Literally like the Deke cartoons.
She's gonna go over here.
Okay.
Take some pressure off of Alister, hopefully.
Who's next?
And then, Boswick will. So Boswick's in the air. Can he fire straight down at this and not have disadvantage?
That's the definition of a point blank shot. He's shooting something that's within his. Well, depends on how high he's flying, I guess.
I mean, I usually have him flying 20 or 30 feet in the air.
Yeah, that's far enough away. He doesn't need to take.
Okay.
That's not going to be a point blank shot then.
Okay, so he'll fire straight. Oops, that's not how you roll. I don't know what I did there. Oh, 25 to hit.
That'll do it. That'll hit.
I realized I should have shot the other guy, but that's okay. So this one takes 5 force damage.
Okay.
That's me.
Who's next?
Alister's next.
Alister, fix it.
Alister will politely inform the turnip that it is a sad, sorry excuse for a hybrid between a beetle and a scorpion, and he is very sorry that his mother will never approve.
Wow,
And he'll mock it.
that's harsh. You're mocking the turnip next to you?
Yes.
I'm going to remember that it's baned this time. I have the word bane typed out next to its hit point, so I know for a fact that it's bane. I just keep forgetting. That's a very low... That was a charisma save?
As a wisdom save.
Wisdom save. That's even worse. That's a 5.
That is a fail. It has disadvantage.
Yep.
And it's going to take a whole 2 points of psychic damage.
Okay. I have applied the psychic damage. It's Alister moving or staying put?
Alister is going to have to move.
You will be leaving a threat range if you step away from the turnip.
I will be leaving a threat range, yes. I don't know what point you want to attack me, but
I'm going to attack you right now.
Okay.
It's a 17 to hit.
I have my reaction back, so I'm going to Silvery Barbs that and give, I guess, Hugo the advantage again.
And that turns it into a 2 to hit. So you're safe.
And these things move in straight lines. I just don't know what your definition of straight line is.
So when they move on their like spindly little toothpick turnip legs, they can move wherever they want. When they're doing their burrowing, they have to move in a straight line.
Yeah, I mean, is it like straight line as in like bishop rules, or straight line as in 360 degrees, as long as it's a straight line?
Oh, I see what you're saying. No, I would, if as long as I can draw a straight line from their square to your square.
Okay.
Know where Hugo is safe, in other words. There will always be a line between you and some other player.
Is this like a platform up here?
This is actually Walk's, I guess, his like garden area. Like he's got his little house here with a grass thatch roof. And then he's got a big commons area. I guess this would be a spot in the village where like everybody comes together to convene in the evenings, maybe.
I mean, on this little thing on the outside looks like it's raised.
This here? I don't know what that is. It's a little,
Like, is it
a
something
little
I can
shelf
stand
for a
on?
case. You want to climb so you're just not
Yeah,
standing on the ground.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's fine. You can climb up, like, it looks like a little fenced-in area.
Yeah.
He's begging to be immune from the burrow attack, but as Geppa demonstrated earlier, that's not the case.
It'll just be funnier if he falls over now. Is that it for Alister?
Yeah.
Who's next?
Maybe Bro is just gonna hit the wall. So.
Who's next?
Yes, it is Leo's turn, followed by Tempest.
Leo, what would you like to do?
Leo would like to.
Got this one on the ropes. Don't worry, I got this.
But I want to breathe fire on it. All right. Well, I'll run over to this one.
Yeah.
Give it a snap kick. Does a 24 hit?
Yeah, sure does.
Cool. Enjoy 7 points of fire damage.
Okay.
And then followed it up with a uppercut.
Yeah, as you do.
And that's a 1.
No, I missed that one frame link.
So yeah,
Yeah.
that was my 1. Yeah.
The same joke was in my brain.
I was about to make a Ken joke, but yeah. That was my bonus action.
Okay.
So that's the end of my turn.
Who's next?
You remember low forward fireball.
Tempest is next, followed by Geppa.
The only accomplishment I ever reached in my Street Fighter career was being able to punish McDohl's wake up dragon punch with T-Hawk's 360.
Sometimes I landed those, and you felt like a doofus every time I landed it, didn't you?
Yeah, sometimes you just wake up and do it. What would
Yeah.
Tempest like to do to my poor turnips who did nothing wrong?
She's gonna hit the one that's bloodied.
Sure.
That's almost down.
No, let me.
Do you think Tempest gives a shit?
I know she doesn't give a shit, but
I have 25 to hit.
That'll hit.
Ugh.
8
So
slashing
disgusted with
damage.
Tempest.
8, that's enough.
Yeah.
She just stole your kill.
She did, and Hugo's really bummed about that.
Yeah, he gets an on-kill bonus that Raz just.
She's gonna-
got away from us.
She's gonna
Yeah.
attack the other one. Oh, I didn't mean to roll those dice. But... Oh, 23 to hit.
That'll hit.
Come on. Oh, boo. 10 slashing damage.
Okay. And that one is now
Action.
bloodied.
Action surge.
Oh, she's going to steal both of your kills, Hugo.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
hate her.
I've played a fighter. I know how this works. I have
I
21
know.
22 to hit.
That'll hit.
13 slashing damage.
That's enough. That's the second one down.
And then, oh shoot, how much movement did I take? Because it matters here. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. What's your movement, Tempest? 30. Is there anything way I can get closer?
Not that I know of.
Not, I'm looking. I'm looking.
You got a bonus action?
My bonus action would direct somebody else to attack. Oh, you know what? I can't use my attack here, so I'm going to use a superiority die to direct Leo to attack this one.
Okay, so what do I do?
You attack. You get a free attack.
Yeah.
In lieu of 10 second attack that she cannot use.
The
This is her
17.
her
do I
captain
get
strike.
to add. Yeah,
Yeah,
I get
do the
to.
captain.
I get to add the damage for the superiority die on that, don't I?
Yeah, I should probably roll the superior. or
You can
know
add the
what?
superior die to either the attack roll or the damage roll.
You can roll the die if you'd like.
Well, I rolled a 17 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Well, okay, I'll just roll this for you. Here's an 8.
Okay.
So
Please enjoy
Yeah, I guess
8
I-
plus 16 fire damage
16 fire damage.
as I try that wake up dragon punch again.
Yeah, that'll do it. That one is now bloodied.
just gotta get the input correct, right?
Be careful with that bonus action though, because it's not the commander strike maneuver from the book. It's a little bit different. But I forget now
don't
how it
actually
made
know-
it a little bit different.
I don't know a battle master at all, so I'm
Oh,
just
okay.
reading. Because, yeah.
All right.
Dragon, you can.
But yeah, that's exactly
The
why she
fighter,
has that bonus action, just in case she can't use all of her attacks on her end. And that's it for
The fighter that I played apparently is an unearthed arcana that everybody thought was lousy, and I thought was great. So that's all I know about
which
it.
one
Yep.
did you play? Do you remember what it was called?
I played the brute, where it's just like you add a D4 to literally everything you do,
Okay.
and then a D6, and then a D8, and
People
Yeah.
say that about
I know.
the champion as well. They say the champion is like one of the worst subclasses. I played with one to level 20 and loved it.
yeah, no, I
Love my
love my
champion.
brute. I played a noble fisticuffs fighter
Who's next?
who also used a great sword.
Geppa, followed by your turnip.
Geppa on his perch up on the hay bale.
All right, so I can move to here. Gonna take my action to cast Booming Blade and attack this thing with my staff.
Okay,
That hits an armor class of 19,
that'll hit.
dealing 13 magical bludgeoning damage.
Oof. All right, that one is
It
now
is
bloody.
shrouded in sonic energy, and if it moves, it will take additional damage.
That's probably going to happen. Yes.
And then I will spend 2 sorcery points to quicken a bolt-wide bullets and cast level 1 sending 4 at this thing.
So you're going to kill steal that one from Genevieve.
What is bloodied right now? Any of them?
They're both bloodied.
Okay. I'm gonna send all 4 at that one then.
Okay.
The other one will explode when it tries to run away from me. That'll deal a total of 15 magical force damage.
That's enough. That'll take care of that turnip. And now Genevieve is lonely.
That's my turn.
Oh,
All right, who's next?
Your one last turnip.
One last turnip.
get Alister anyway.
You have to go through the building for that.
He couldn't reach Alister. Doesn't have enough movement. You know what? Let's just try to sting Geppa twice. You know what? Let's try to sting each of them once. And we're baned, and I've got disadvantage on the attack, the first attack, because of Alister made fun of it. Oh, there's a natural 20 that I can throw away, which is going to turn it into a 4 to hit. Leo. And then I've got a 16 to hit Geppa.
Nope.
No?
No.
All right, so yeah, it lashes out with its stinger twice and misses. And whoever's turn is coming up next is probably going to mop up this fight right now.
Hugo, get your kill.
Yeah, okay. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. Yeah,
But
let's
this
see if I
isn't
can
the
cleave
one I
this thing.
wanted to kill.
Yeah, gosh. That's a crit.
Oh no.
There you go. There you go.
Remember your bard dies for damage.
Just don't roll double threes, man, on the d12s.
I'm going to. It's gonna happen. I double the bard dice too. Nerp, nerp, nerp.
It's better than 3. That's pretty good.
That's 6 plus 12 is 18 plus another 4 is 22 points of slashing damage.
Yeah,
to this turnip.
that'll do it. That'll do it.
Split it in twain. As he's still catching his breath from running across the across the
Good
road
job,
there.
Hugo. We'll have turnip soup for dinner.
I've never had turnips before.
I'd rather know what caused these things to do what they did. Hugo looks around for Grep.
Looking around,
the
you see
area.
Grep and some of the other grunklings, and the 2 grunklings who came to collect you, standing in like a little crowd, kind of over back behind Genevieve, as close as they wanted to get to the festivities. And then for a moment, there's this just sheen of silence as they all stand and just watch, and then they all burst into cheers, leaping in place, clapping and whooping and hollering.
Hugo puts his axe over his shoulder, and then he looks to the others and says, "Your produce doesn't usually do that, do they?"
And Grep tells you that no, the turnips usually don't get that big. They're usually much easier to kill.
Wait, what?
Oh, okay.
Oh no,
Genevieve
they
and-
always have stingers and mean faces. They're always violent little buggers. Just usually they're not that big.
Oh.
Why did they get that big this time? Did you feed them too much?
And Grep puffs out his chest. It's just the best harvest I've seen in years. It's a testament to my skill.
Yeah, but if you grow them too big, then they will get beyond your ability to handle. Yeah.
He's not worried about that anymore because you guys came along. Speaking
We
of
can
which,
still eat these, right?
Hugo,
I mean, we're
you
on
are
our way out.
enlisted to help butcher these turnips for tonight's feast.
Hugo will. I will. I'm just like, we're going to eventually need to move on, and so we can find our way back home. Yes.
I, as a player, object to the use of the word butcher.
Butchering a turnip? No, I'm 100% correct, and Hugo
it-
will absolutely help butcher these turnips. for
Hugo,
dinner.
helping to butcher the turnips. They're not quite vegetable, and they're not quite meat. They have the kind of properties of both at once.
So they're fungus.
Would a vegan eat them?
Yeah, I don't know how to answer that question. I just don't.
D&D is not herbology.
Yeah, there's going to be a celebratory
not
feast
food.
tonight in your honor for the work you've done around the village and in slaying the turnip problem. And once again, the hospitality of the village kicks in. So first, go ahead.
I do want to make a comment real quick. The scene that I have in my mind at the end of this battle, Genevieve playing the part of Aerith gives a high five to Tempest playing the part of Cloud. It plays out exactly like you think.
Genevieve from the top rope with the steel chair.
Okay. So the first thing I want to do is go ahead and you guys can take the benefits of a short rest as you relax from the exciting day in the battle.
Oh, do I get action search back on that?
I do.
Oh, but does Tempest? This is long rest on her sheet, so I guess not.
Now I have to apologize to you. I think I owe you 2 apologies. Because
It was more than that.
listen, I have exercised extreme restraint these past couple of years in not using my position at this D&D table to test drive concepts from my novels that I'm writing. I have kept them separate.
Except for now.
Oh,
But
have you
today,
broken seal?
but
Have you
also
broken seal?
you had to already endure one song today,
Yeah.
which I wasn't planning for. I didn't know that was coming. But you were
hats off to Chris
subjected.
for that.
Yeah, he didn't tell me he
Very
was going to
good,
do
very
that. So, yeah, there's a song in the next encounter. So, I guess you guys are feasting on these turnip steaks. I don't know what else to call them.
That makes sense. I
Just
think.
big slabs of
Prime cut of turnip.
prime cut of turnip, just savory with T-bones in them. Like,
How?
Have like the comical like cartoon bones sticking out of them.
yeah.
Hugo's just like, I don't know why they came out like that. I have no idea.
There's just this wonderful savory. It has all the qualities of meat, but it's a turnip, which is ostensibly a vegetable. It's definitely not fungus. It's definitely not like a mushroom. It's not spongy and there's beer to go around, and there's lively merriment.
I appreciate this, but I mean, and he says this to the rest of the group, kind of low. We can't like continue to sponge off of these people's hospitality forever. We've got, work and school life to get back to. Yes.
What are you talking about? We
Yeah.
earned that. We literally did this as a job.
Yeah,
But
but
we have-
Hugo's right.
I have responsibilities, back in Fernisco.
I have a test in like a week.
I think we've got
don't remind
exams.
me about
I
that.
think we got exams coming up very soon too.
Well, Hugo, the real problem is we're not in Fernisco. We're in the Shadowfell, as far as I can tell. So I'm not
And
sure
we need-
how we get
we-
back.
Then we need to find a way back.
So you guys are having
mean,
this
I guess-
discussion like as you were eating your dinner, as you're
Yeah.
okay.
I mean, we go talk to the. I guess the only person that might know is the.
Walk, yeah.
No, well, I was going to suggest the All Mother or whatever they call her.
Well, earlier somebody asked.
Yeah.
I think somebody asked Walk, can we get an audience with the Allmother, and was told that that's not done. Is that what you want to try
Yeah, we
to
may just
pursue
have to
now?
walk up there.
We bust our way in there?
Oh, maybe we should probably just ask Walk if there's a way back to Fernisco.
You can
I'm
try.
not
I
sure they
don't think you
know
know where Fernisco is,
where
though.
that is.
When you ask Walk if there's a way back to Fernisco, he takes a puff on his long, ridiculous pipe. He doesn't know where that is, but he knows that the biglings come from somewhere, and if they aren't punished by the Allmother, or they don't give in to the surrounding dangers of the mushroom forests, that the biglings in turn go back to somewhere, wherever they came from. He tells you that the Allmother might be able to help you return, but first you must demonstrate that you are wise enough to be worthy of her attention.
Got a +2.
He calls forth one of the grunkling performers to sing you this song, which I'm going to sing you, and then I'm going to paste the lyrics into the chat so you can go over them. The reason I had to apologize is I'm exploiting your labor as a test drive, because I wrote this poem as a song for my novel, and I'm curious to see if readers will be able to tease the symbolism out of it. So I've turned it into literally a D&D encounter where that is your goal.
I see. So
I mean, truthfully, I expected you to say Geppa's now just cursed and where he can't wear clothes, but
So, I just finished Blueprints, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to solve your puzzle.
there wasn't really any riddling in Blueprints.
No, but I mean, like, if I can't get this, like, what even is my life?
I didn't think it was possible to solve blueprints.
We don't
I
know.
apparently solved everything, but like, I don't know if that's true.
There's things I know for a fact Raz hasn't solved, but we don't need to discuss Blueprints. What am I doing? I need to bring up my my verses here. The Grunkling performers come out, and you don't know the names of the instruments they're playing. They're playing these strange alien instruments, the likes of which you haven't seen. And one of them sings this song. O red-haired Nyla, O maiden of grace, she sneaked from the fete to her favorite place. She sought there a glimpse of her lover's own face. Hidden it stayed high above, hidden from graceful Nyla. O red-haired Nyla, O maiden of tears, she waited for love through her months and her years. She searched every song for an end to her fears. Heedless it stayed high above, heedless of tearful Nyla. O red-haired Nyla, O maiden of nights, she drank only darkness, she hid from the light. Heartsick and mist-worn, she favored plights. Shining it stayed high above, shining on shadowed Nyla. Now I'm going to paste the lyrics into your Flumph chat.
That wasn't too terrible, Brick.
I know. The poem kicks ass. I wrote that shit.
what's a fet?
I nailed it.
It's like a feast.
Yeah, it's a
Fet is
feast
a
or a
celebration.
celebration.
The Fed is how Final Fantasy 12 starts. That's how I know, because that's where
Oh,
I
it
learned
is.
that word from.
yeah.
Why
About
am I
killing
cursed to have to
rats?
think of everything in my life in terms of Final Fantasy?
Because
mean,
it's
listen.
our cultural zeitgeist, I guess.
Yasumi Matsudo expanded our vocabulary. You could think of it that way.
I'm sorry to say I knew the word "fet" before I played Final Fantasy
I-
12.
I did.
Well, I
Now,
didn't.
here's your task. The song is performed for you all. And your task is, and each of you has to give me your own answer. Like, how would your character interpret this song? Who is red-haired Nyla's lover? And your answers to Walk Walk are going to determine whether or not he believes your group is wise enough to approach the All-Mother safely. And you guys can discuss it if you want. I'm not going to... You guys can discuss it and talk it over and mull it, but I want each of the five of you to give me their own answer.
I think it's the tree.
So Leo's saying that her lover is the tree. Do you mean like this tree here in the center of the village?
Yeah, I also kind of thinks that maybe the Nyla is the All-Mother, and then her lover might be the tree.
We have been here overnight, correct?
Correct.
Actually, is there even a day?
There's not. The sun never comes out because
What
you're in the
what
cave.
celestial features have I observed over the course of the overnight, and then the other more different overnight?
There are no celestial features. The what looks like stars in the sky are actually very far away croppings of fungal growth giving off light.
Would they know what a moon is?
Yeah, that's what.
Because
Geppa
my
was
answer is moon.
Yep. Same.
Genevieve and Geppa are
The fact
saying
that they might not know what the moon is actually makes it work even better.
Yeah.
Maybe Genevieve and Geppa were discussing that, but that was my first thought was, oh, it's the moon.
What about Hugo? Does Hugo have a guess?
Hugo's probably more enamored with the song itself rather than, pondering the meaning behind it.
Okay.
But then when the others, when the Geppa and Genevieve crop up about the moon, he's like, "Oh yeah, sure, absolutely, I agree with that.
Okay.
That makes sense."
I need to switch which monster manuals are sitting in front of me here.
Are we fighting the moon? No.
Just comes down and angry face.
Is
Fly
this
me to
inscription?
the moon and let me kick its fucking ass. Let me show the moon what I learned in my moon.
We can't have 3 songs. You have to stop.
class.
3 songs is too much.
I don't know why. I don't know why I didn't immediately think of, like, why did I go to inscription instead of Majora's Mask for the moon? But
I am delighted
Majora's Mask.
because the correct answer is the moon. Nyla is in love
Hooray!
with the moon. So I nailed it
Hooray!
twice. I wrote the kick-ass poem, and the symbolism comes across perfectly. And you guys don't even have the context from the rest of the novel, so.
I would
So-
like credit in the afterward.
Beta
I
testing poems.
You're beta
I think
testing
I
my
got-
poem.
I think I got the right answer the wrong answer the right way because I was thinking the pool,
Mm-hmm.
looking down into the pool to see the tree.
All right. So what I was trying to determine is, do I have to have a passage at some point in the book that explains the symbolism? But I don't think I do. Everybody got it. So,
I didn't. I just fucking tree.
well, no. But if you didn't get it, you would have read about it on the wiki
Context.
later, and then somebody else would have explained it to you.
You answered
Yeah.
in the context of the game, so like I think that's a fair answer.
There are trees in my book too. They're not like
No, but not like this giant ass dark wood steel tree.
there actually are. There's an element called the stone trees that I picture as like they're described as like not having leaves or boughs, but they have like long looping structures, kind of like a Dr. Seuss looking thing.
Oh, okay. I
And
know
there's-
what you mean.
Big patches of these things in one of the books.
Have we seen anything that might even be interpreted as having red hair? Like some sort
Yeah,
of red
some of the
covering or
grunklings, they have
anything?
all different color. I had to change
Yeah, not the grunklings.
Nyla because in the book she's red-tailed Nyla, but the grunklings don't have tails; they have bushy hair.
Pretty sure it's not a grunkling, unless there's like a founder grunkling. I don't know.
So you have your discussion, and Walk tells you to sleep well tonight, and he will convene in his dreams with the All-Mother to tell her of your coming. That you should go to her temple and petition for aid to be returned to the world of the biglings.
Oh. I just got immensely disappointed in myself because when I'm not even gonna explain why,
Okay.
but
It just happens. Sometimes you just feel moments of this extreme self-introspection for...
kind of you said the word coming and I immediately giggled because I am turning 40 this year. And I just got immensely disappointed in myself.
The only joy we get anymore is child
Alright.
toilet humor.
Haha, sex joke. Haha.
Go ahead and, first of all, take the benefits of a long rest, as you guys are
Ugh.
having a comfortable night's sleep with full bellies once again.
Don't have any magic healing to burn before I spend hit dice?
Yeah.
No, actually, I don't. I
Hold on.
I'm down 14.
spent
Get
it
back 9.
catapulting a cabbage.
Okay.
What else do I recover?
Second,
Oh,
Oh,
you
you know
got
what?
back
Wait,
in
you've got... Jen, how many of those 8 good berries do you still have on you?
Oh, 8. Here, have them all.
Yeah, I'll have
They go
5 of
bad
those.
after a day, right?
you can only eat one good berry in a day
Okay, then
because
I
it
eat one of
the
those.
spell says it fills your belly. So there's enough nourishment. If you try to eat more than one good berry, that's like trying to eat too much food in one day.
Can
What
you
happens?
eat it and then
Are
vomit
you
it up?
net hack? Like, no, Chris. I was trying not to go for the bulimic joke. 'Cause that's
What
wrong.
well, what happens is you eat it and then you puke, and there's a pool of
Putrescence.
30 or 40 grams of putrescence on the ground.
And then a slime crawls out of it, and then you proselytize it. And now it's your friend, and you have a vomit friend.
Yeah.
Okay. Hugo,
Sir.
you are offered a small batch of the twigs you collected. I don't know if you have
Okay.
any use for them, but you worked hard to collect them, and you got more than Horge needed. So if you would just like to have a small batch of them, 8 or 10 or so, in a little pouch.
And these are like similar to what wood steel is, or that's like a
Functionally, you can think of them as being arranged between like needles and nails, except wood instead of metal.
I will absolutely keep a hold of them.
Okay.
You might be able to make it like a weapon or something out of it.
No, probably not.
You never know when you need to nail a coffin shut.
Never know.
I think I might have coffin nails in my shoe for some reason.
Well, you do sleep in a coffin.
Well, it's a box.
Well, I mean, it's like what we would use a lock for our door for.
I lost my page. Okay. And I need my phone. Wake up the next morning. Everybody's well rested, well fed. They give you there's leftover turnip for breakfast. Leftover turnip steak.
Can I get some eggs to go with that?
Of course. I mean, they're not like hen's eggs. They're probably
Yeah,
eggs.
they're not like
Okay.
freaking.
They're probably eggs from some kind of like arachnid that they farm up out in their mushroom fields.
As long as it's steak and eggs.
I
This-
have 10 good berries to distribute.
Okay.
Who wants how many good berries?
I'll take two.
one.
I guess everybody gets 2.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we've got Tempest and Allie.
Leo,
They should probably both have one.
Yeah.
something is bothering Allie tomorrow morning. She keeps over breakfast, she keeps glaring at Geppa repeatedly.
Mhm.
And it's something above
Oh.
and beyond her just usual snotty demeanor.
Yeah. Well, I'll ask her when the two of us are alone if there's something the matter. Just gonna be nice to her.
She's like, it's not fair that Geppa gets colorful new clothes and I don't. I'm the one who lost my dress in that stupid pool that you pulled me into.
No, I didn't. But go on.
No, that's the end of her complaint. Geppa got cool new clothes and she didn't. And she definitely thinks she's more deserving of them.
Hmm.
That's why she's being crabby this morning.
Okay. Well, okay.
So we're not doing anything
What
about
do you
that.
wanna do
You're
about-
just gonna-
What do you want to do about it? Is what I ask her. Do you want to go ask for? Do you want to go ask? Like the villagers? They'll probably ask us to do more work.
Yeah, I'm not doing any work for these gross little hairball monsters. So
But you want clothes made by them.
she just thinks it's unfair. So is Leo going to do anything about this, or is this not worth his attention?
I mean, I tell you what, if you go ask for some and ask what they want and thing, I'll help you do the the labor. I won't do it for you, but I'll help you.
So, if you want to tend to her her clothes situation, that's going to
Yeah.
delay your schedule. You're supposed to leave out this morning to travel to this temple.
Oh. Right.
So the question for Leo is, does he want to delay this travel, which means explaining why to Tempest, first and foremost.
What I'll
And the
tell
rest
her
of
as
us.
like
Which NPC do you want to piss off?
what I'm going to tell her as like he goes, well, do you want to I tell you what, I'll help you get a new dress or whatever if you go explain to Tempest why we're being delayed.
And she like sidewardly glances at Tempest, like, that weirdo scares me. Like,
I know,
she's
right?
definitely not all there. Like, one day she's gonna snap and like we're all gonna be in the paper, right?
I'm just imagining Genevieve talking to Tempest, and like her voice fades out, and it becomes this sort of like as the camera zooms in on Tempest's glare.
Like Tempest is like a football field away, and she turns and looks.
Yeah.
And gives
Someone's
Allie the
talking about
stink.
me. I need to express my disgust.
Genevieve,
Slights.
sitting there having your Tempest seems in better spirits this morning, knowing that you guys are actually going to work on like getting out of this place today. So she's in a better mood than is her usual baseline.
That's good. And Genevieve will probably be spoiling that by being as carefree as always and saying, yeah, we just had to get to the point where we could make this next step.
Actually, she would have a word of commendation, especially for Hugo and Alister for that the turnip encounter. She has seen marked improvements in how well the group works together when monsters are afoot.
Hugo grunts through a mouthful of turnip.
So Leo, we're
Victory tastes
doesn't-
sweet. And she holds up her
She doesn't
meal.
mind all the kvetching about kill steals.
no, not at all.
She isn't even attracted.
There is such a good reason. You guys are going to have to ask me later. I think in this, like later on in the story, there is such a good reason why Tempest doesn't care about kill steals. That is not appropriate to reveal at this juncture.
Well, I don't think she cares about kill steals. I think she might care about the fact that we talk about kill stealing.
Well, Hugo
She
wasn't
might
about
care
that.
that we care.
Hugo's not so much miffed about the kill stealing. He's like, he said, "I got this. You don't need go." He's like, "I go help the others." Like he was more like, I can take care of this. You go help the others." That was his.
Mm-hmm.
Tempest
That
is
was
not
it.
a team player.
No, she's
I think we've
not.
established that.
No, she is a problem solver. She's creating
No,
other
she's a
problems,
problem.
but she is a problem solver.
She's
So,
both
The question
problem
is,
creator
Leo,
and
are you
problem
going to attempt to steer the group away from this temple mission and towards finding a new dress for Allie? Or are you just going to let Allie stew and be upset?
I'm going to not let her. We're not going to get another dress
Sure.
because I'll tell her. I said because I am also afraid of Tempest. It's basically what I tell her.
Okay.
For you see, we are both thinking the same thing.
I need to get a new map now.
A new map.
A new
I
map.
don't know. I'm not ready for this. Going to change.
Let me just visit my favorite website here. Why do I have... I have 3 maps here because I got the spa that we started at.
Your favorite website, OnlyFans?
OnlyFans.com, yeah.
The OnlyFans. Listen, one of the best Reddit communities on Reddit is OnlyFans.
I'm not going to unpack that. Can we get some blindfolds up real quick? 'Cause I need to...
Oh no! All they talk about is like
Yeah, fans.
fans.
4
Like,
blades,
yeah.
5 blades, 3
Yeah,
blades.
the actual
You know,
thing, yeah.
oscillation, that kind of stuff. Yeah, no, that makes
Box.
sense.
It was originally about the OnlyFans website, and then like the guy was tired of it, so he just gave it away, and the guy was like, "Let's make it about."
All right, we can...
What are their thoughts on HVAC?
You guys can lift your blindfolds. I have the temple map up. It's a great map. I think it's really, really pretty.
Oh, look at this. Today,
Gorgeous.
Stained
Yeah, that goes
carbon
in danger.
maps. Yeah, there's danger over there.
I guess
Hi,
we
danger.
certainly-
You're
How are
approaching
you?
from the south because you take this path back beyond some farmsteads, and the path starts to curve up into some hills.
Thank you.
On either side of the hill that you're climbing, the mushroom forest encloses in, and then eventually in the distance you see this stone structure. So there are several tiers to the structure. You see where you would go up maybe on this first 20-foot platform, then you have nice curled stairs going up to the second. Up on the first platform here, half of it is dominated by this pool bounded by broken slats of stone. And then up on the top platform, you see the two prismatic trees growing up out of the stone. The whole thing is illuminated by mushroom caps overhead, casting a soft light down over to the whole field. And then the door at the back is this beautiful but also ominous stained glass structure that, I mean, it definitely looks like it's snarling at you.
I mean, wouldn't be the Shadowfell if it didn't. And Hugo starts approaching the steps.
Uh,
How far away was this from the Grunkling village?
you guys probably walked for an hour or two.
Okay.
Coiled up,
Yeah, what does Hugo see when he crests the stairs?
an enormous snake is coiled up in between the two stairways leading up towards the door.
So this is funny, Brickroad, and I'm not saying anything about what you did, but I just did the Sindar side quest in Suikoden 2.
Mhm.
The one at the start of the game where you're having to escort that one guy through the ruins that look like this.
This does kind of look like them ruins, yeah.
Yeah.
And there's like a two-headed snake boss, isn't there?
Yes, there
Yeah.
is. It's exactly a two-headed snake boss.
Well, you can't see how many heads this one has because it's coiled up in like this pile of snake, and its head would be buried down in the center of it.
Is
But
it a
it's one
statue of
snake
a
and not
snake?
like a bunch of them.
It's definitely a real snake, and it's definitely enormous.
Hugo readies his axe and is not going to further approach and see what it does. If it does anything.
When you get to the
Hi,
top of the
Snake.
stairs,
Are you intelligent?
Geppa just starts calling out at it.
Geppa likes animals.
You guys get to the top of the stairs, and Geppa calls out, "Hey, Snake, are you intelligent?" Then you hear a sing-song voice from off to the side. And it says, "Oh, I wouldn't backtalk the snake if I were you."
Be nice to the snake, Geppa. The little reptile has been right about
Back-
everything.
I am nice to the snake. I'm really good with animals.
And looking over, sure enough, it's your tiny little friend, the little reptilian creature with the bat wings.
Well, Geppa,
I'm
I
gonna
mean, the
walk
first...
over and offer him a good berry.
Wow, okay, Geppa.
Yeah, Alister's gonna walk over too. He likes the reptile guy.
So you approach.
Hey, buddy.
So you guys haven't Alister has told you that he saw this little reptile guy, but nobody else has seen him yet. And Geppa's walking up with a good berry in hand, and yeah, he greedily snatches out, looks at the berry, oh, and he snarfs it down.
Oh, he's
Geppa.
adorable. Genevieve says.
Geppa, the first thing that you ask somebody is not "Are you intelligent?" You usually just say hello.
Well, that doesn't do any good if they're not intelligent.
Hugo's right, Geppa. We need to teach you some basic courtesy.
I don't know. Geppa always asks me if I'm intelligent, and I say yes, and then it reminds me that I'm smart, and I feel good, and I realize that that's not normal.
Alister, Geppa does.
I
Thank you.
affectionately pat the top of Jen's helmet.
Thank you, Genevieve.
Sorry, I thought that would be
Made my
funny,
point
and I
for me.
panicked. My delivery. I'm working on it.
The little
Hugo
guy,
looks over his shoulder back at the snake.
after he snarfs down his berry and licks his lips. So, I guess you all have come here because you have dealings with this Swamison.
You mean the Allmother?
Allmother. That's just what those little hairballs call her.
What can you tell us about her? We were hoping that she might be able to help us get back to Franisco. Have you heard of Franisco by chance?
He lies and tells you that he has, of course.
Sorry, what was the name that he referred to the Allmother as?
The Swamison.
Okay, thank you.
I don't mean the Franisco inside of the Swamison's stomach after she tries to eat us. That's not what I'm talking about.
The little creature points to the snake. Oh, did you think that was the Swamison?
I'm guessing that's just her guardian.
That's just the swamp guardian. No. That's some sort of naga, I believe. And
Is it friendly?
I suppose that depends. Have you come bearing ill will and violence against the Swamison? Or have you come in the spirit of friendship and good faith?
Friendship, good faith, and goodwill.
Oh, that's the wrong answer, friend. And it just kind of shakes his head dejectedly.
You don't want us to kill the Swamison, do you?
I don't believe you could if you tried.
Is that what she's looking for? A show of force?
She will use the
It's
naga
Slayer.
to test you, more likely than not.
And if we impress her, is that what will get us out of here?
He seems to give that some thought for a moment. A third answer to the riddle. And he holds out his two hands. If you bring violence to the Swamison, she will slay you. If you bring friendship to the Swamison, she will betray you. And so you speak to play to her vanity and impress her with your skills. That's a novel
We are-
approach.
We are impressive, she says.
Is she
Yeah,
impressed
I
by
bet-
exploding things?
I think we should just leave Jen to talk to the Swamison for 2 hours.
Tell you
Well,
what.
I don't want to bore her to death.
Give me another one of those, rubs his little claws together, tasty, tasty berries. And I will give you a piece of information either about the Guardian or about dealing with the Swamison before I take my leave of you.
Alister will hand him his good berry.
And he reaches out and snatches it. He regards it. I like to think like a raccoon holding a piece of fruit. Ooh.
What's so adorable?
His belly must be very big to eat too. How big
Hugo, what do
is
you want to
his
know?
belly?
How big are they? In his hand, they're like, they take up probably his entire hand, little claw.
I've always imagined it's like the size of an orange, but I don't actually know that.
They're like little berries. They're like holly berries.
Yeah,
Are
good.
they really that
I
size?
think of a good berry as being
Yeah.
like cherry sized.
Yeah,
Yeah,
cherry.
Yeah.
blueberry.
Yeah, cherry without
always-
a pit.
I've always thought of them as gigantic because they're like you're
No.
full after. But
Well, I
Well, it's
was
because they're magical.
So
They're magic.
he tucks the second berry away in his little leathery pouch. He says, "Very well. Would you like help defeating the Guardian, or would you like help outsmarting the Swamison? You'll have to do both, I assume."
I'm kind of leaning
Take
towards
the
the
outsmarting.
Swamison. Yeah, let's go with the Swamison.
Treble has just posted a picture of an evil raccoon, and yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's your
With bat
deal.
wings.
No, that tracks.
That's all I do when I'm being quiet. I'm just going through the GIF button, looking for things that like match what Brick is saying.
when you impress the Swamison, she will ask for payment for transit across the Shadow Crossing. You must think carefully because you must offer her something of value. But remember, mortal value and Swamison value are measured on very different scales.
So the eyes of the Naga got it.
The what?
The eyes of the Naga.
No, she would not appreciate you taking the eyes out of her dear guardian, I shouldn't think. In fact, to begin negotiations on an amicable front, you should endeavor to not kill the guardian when you are done playing with it.
Tempest.
Yeah, Tempest has her arms crossed, her foot's tapped. Just making a face. The little creature
Fine.
unfolds its wings and starts flapping up into the air. And now I believe I will take my leave. It's been very illuminating watching all of you. And he takes a little bow before flying off.
I thought you guys were hallucinating.
Wonder if that was a Swamison.
All right, so we have to beat this thing up, but don't kill it. That's what I heard.
What's next?
Yeah, we gotta knock it unconscious.
I mean, that's. I don't know what to. I don't know what to. I don't know. This is all a little crazy for me.
I mean,
I
guess
thought
we
he
could
was very
declare-
helpful.
I guess we just declare our intent. I mean, forward seems to be the best way.
I'm just concerned about what sort of offering we're gonna have to make because I'm not parting with my eyes. And Geppa can't part with his because his last character lost an eye.
Yeah, that's against the rules.
We
Is
keep
the, like,
adding
line
these
about-
rules.
Is the line about the previous hat just getting longer and longer and longer?
Yeah.
So what's next?
Wait, I don't suppose we could sneak around this, right?
No, we're gonna have to fight it.
I mean,
Oh, okay. And
Just to
Genevieve will
say-
take it forward.
who's to say? I'm not going to just walk up to it and jump into its maw. That's insane.
Looks like Leo
We'll
might,
talk
though.
to it.
I'm not getting any closer than this.
And then Hugo's like, okay, then we cut it a wide berth, and when it decides to attack us, we attack it on our own terms.
Leo.
Leo puts his fingers in his mouth and does that whistle thing that I can't do in real life.
Sure. We all know what you're talking about. Leo.
Yeah.
Approaching.
Yeah.
You hear a voice in your mind. Who intrudes upon the den of the All-Mother?
We have. Oh, he goes. Oh, my name's Léopold. Pleasure to meet you. Are you the guardian?
The Guardian rises up from the center of its own coils, and the head of the snake is flared out like a cobra. But the thing has the face of a human woman. However, instead of hair coming off of the top of her head, flaring out in all directions from her eyebrows and all the places where hair would be, are long, lashing tentacles.
Okay, I was about to say you can't make her bald because we already had a bald snake girl, but you covered yourself, so we're okay.
And she
How can you
hisses
keep track of this?
and lashes out with a long snake-like tongue. And she speaks again to Leo's mind. Declare your name and intent.
Leo says out loud. He says, "Well, I'm Léopold. And we are here to speak with the Swamison." Is that what it was?
That's what the little imp creature called her. But the snake introduced her
Yeah.
as the All-Mother.
Oh, the snake introduced her to the All-Mother. Okay, so yeah. Well, we're here to speak to the All-Mother to entreat with her. Ask.
3 tests you must pass to be granted entry. Name first your champion against me in a battle of wills.
will. I mean,
I'll do it.
I was gonna say, well, Leo would volunteer that part. I mean,
Leo's going to volunteer.
yeah. Listen, I step forward. If anybody's gonna die, it's got to be me, my dumbass.
Leo,
Yeah.
make a wisdom saving throw. The DC is... Hold on, I've got it here. DC's only 14? Really? I guess
A monster.
I guess it's 14. Fine.
You want a
Your
bar
mom
die?
could recruit.
Yeah, can I have a bard die?
Yeah.
I'm going to need Alister. Make
Yeah.
me a deception check. Because if the creature can figure out that you're offering Leo assistance, it's going to declare Leo a cheater in this battle of wills.
All right, well, that's an 18.
Okay, so you surreptitiously give Leo a bard's die. Leo, how'd you do on the save?
I'm doing math,
Yeah.
and I just realized that I can't make it even with a bard die, so I'm gonna have to use blips.
Okay, the blips are coming out.
Yeah, I'll just use 4.
Okay, let me eliminate all of Leopold's blips. Brings you down to 2.
Shouldn't be. I was gonna say it shouldn't be all my blips.
The thing lashes out its snake-like tongue, and it locks onto your eyes, and for a moment your muscles go slack, and it's all you can do to stare into the depths of this thing's eyes, impossibly deep and encompassing. And you can feel it boring into you. However, the magic does not take hold. And you are not incapacitated for the duration of the second test.
Leo does a roundhouse.
The thing says, very impressive, champion. And then it rises up to its full height, towering above you, flaring out its cobra hood, lashing out with its tentacles. Its tail comes up out of the coil and shakes in a deafening rattle. And now you must best me in a test of strength.
Hugo.
Leo looks down at, like, his noodle arms,
Yeah.
and then looks over. Hugo.
Oh no, this is an everybody kind of test of strength. This is a
Combat. I
this is a
assume,
roll
right?
this is a roll initiative kind of test of strength.
Oh, okay.
Oh, why all the dice got piled up?
I'm going to
blue
put Allie on 0. 'Cause she's kind of a non-combatant.
7. I'm guessing Geppa, you're on 17.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's find this. Oh, that's not a roll. That's a
So the Guardian is a
What's happening?
huge
Right.
creature. In fact, she should actually be bigger than this, I think. Let's... Like that, maybe. Like 9 square kind of creature. Again, there are squares on this map. They're kind of tricky to see.
Sam?
I do wonder, like, why would they make the map in this? This is kind of a strange proportion for a map. Because I didn't crop this one out, if anything. This is just what it's supposed to be like. I do love it, though. I love this map a lot. All right, who's the...
Very nice.
Oh, you know what? I need to...
Leo.
Hold on. Before anybody goes, I need to put a white token on 20. All right, who's at the top of my order?
Leo, do a roundhouse to the face. Just stay out of its mouth.
You probably can't reach its face unless you can jump like 20 feet in the air.
I can actually.
Wow,
I use a key point.
this friggin' guy.
Well, monks, what can you do?
Yeah, what can you do?
I am going to look up at the snake, squint my eyes, and breathe cold in it. I need a dexterity saving throw,
Okay,
please. As I just shoot cold breath at its face.
an 8.
Okay, then it's going to take full damage from this, which is not going to be great, but 6 points of cold damage.
Okay,
And then I'm going to use my bonus action to activate my wild hunt.
and that does what?
It's the racial feature. Basically, I get double our proficiency bonus in temporary hit points, and you cannot get advantage on me. Well, no creature I can see, I think, can get advantage on me. I'd have to double check there, but you can't get advantage on me unless while I'm conscious.
Got it. Okay.
Not incapacitated.
Is that it for Leo?
That is it for Leo.
Who's next?
Look up the
Oh, actually,
wording of that.
White token is next.
White token. I just want to see if I want to use a legendary action here.
Oh, boo.
We're only level 4.
Yeah, and you're fighting a legendary creature. Yeah, let's use the legendary action here. I might as well. When do I get those back? Oh, yeah, I might as well do it now because there's 4 you were going to attack. Okay. With lightning quick speed, it's got a range of 10. Oh, it can't use this legendary action because its strike is 10 feet, not 15 feet. So that's good. Leo staying put there?
Yeah.
All right, who's next?
There you go.
After Leo's white token, followed by Alister.
White token is the lair action. So there are 7 people on the field. I need somebody to roll me a d7.
Sure.
I'll get it.
Oh, you got it? Okay.
1.
How are you rolling a d7?
I'm rolling an
Reroll
8.
from a D8.
I'm rolling an 8, and I'll re-roll an 8. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So
The 8 side does not exist.
I actually need to make this roll. Because I need 3 of them. Okay. We'll use the one that you rolled, because that's funny, because 1 is Hugo. Hugo, Leo,
Sir.
and Tempest. I need a Constitution saving throw. DC is 14.
Tempest passed.
I failed.
It's going to be 5 points of poison damage, which you can cut in half if you pass the save.
Oh yeah, Hugo passed easy.
And the 3 of you are blind, regardless of save, as a swarm
That's
of
not
locusts coalesces around your square.
Oh, rude.
So the square you're in now, you can imagine this cloud of locusts coming in around you. And when you start your turn in that square, you will be blind. If you move out of that square, you will not, but I'll let the locusts try to attack you again. That was the lair actions, so that Hugo, Leo, and Tempest have locusts at the moment. Who's next?
Alister.
Alister, you can clean up this monster in 1 round, right?
Yeah, I mean, Alister's kind of like a 2-trick pony.
Right.
3 tricks. You know what? I'm gonna regret this, and I'm sorry, everybody, but I need the snake to make me a DC 14 con save.
Okay. You know what I don't have is legendary resistance.
That's too bad.
I have a 11 on the con save.
Okay, he's blind.
Snake is blind. Yeah, I can be blinded. The thing
At the end of
hisses
its
out in
turn, you can
fury.
make a-
Actually, I think blinding it is really, really bad for the snake. I think that's awful. Like, I think that
no.
ruins my entire turn 1 game plan here.
Alister, I think you should not get hit ever again for the rest of the combat.
Alister, moving or staying put?
Alister's gonna run the fuck away.
Yeah, good plan.
He's gonna protect Allie.
Okay. Yeah, the thing hisses. What did you hit? What did you hit it with? A blindness spell?
Yeah, blindness.
So that like affects the creature. That's not like a cloud of darkness or something you can move out of. Is that correct?
Yeah, you can. Yep, one creature that you can see within range.
And when do I
fails
repeat
is
that save?
blinded. At the end of its turn.
At the end of its turn. Okay, yeah, that's going to ruin my whole turn 1 game plan. That's Alister's most effective move of the combat so far. Who's next?
As a bonus action, Hugo, you can get a bard die.
Thank you.
After Alister is Geppa.
Geppa.
Alright, so I cast Shillelagh, move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 to here. And then as my action, I cast Booming Blade and swing my stick at it.
Talk about a 2-trick pony, right?
You have advantage because it's blind.
Thank you.
Do have advantage, yes.
So that hits a 18 or 16 on armor class.
16 will hit.
All right, I am going to use my what is this thing called? Favored foe to put a mystical bond on it that lets me add a D4 to my damage.
Okay.
So it takes 13 magical bludgeoning, and it's ensheathed in energy that will damage it if it moves willingly.
All right.
That's the end of my turn.
Hey, it's going to use its legendary action now that it's got someone to attack, but I got to roll a disadvantage because I'm blind. That was bad either direction. I got a 10 to hit.
No.
The thing lashes out with its venomous fangs, but you just dance out of it. Can't see where it's striking. That was Geppa. Who's next?
Next up is Jen, followed by the snake.
Why most Final Fantasy bosses are immune to status effects.
Right.
Okay. I
No,
think
they're
that's
not.
the closest I really need to get. We're gonna fire away.
Okay.
We're fighting the Midgar Zolom.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah. 23 to hit.
That'll hit.
Alister has stopped us from getting baited in turn 1.
His name is Ashton.
I think that's 10. It's 10 electric damage.
10 point. Okay. You have zapped the snake.
And then bonus action, Boswick will attack. He has advantage. Why am I not doing anything? Oh, because I'm not clicked on this window.
Just remember, Todd is not a threat.
Todd isn't here.
19 to hit.
19 will also hit.
That is 4 Boswick damage.
4 Boswick damage.
Yeah, which is force.
All right.
I just forgot. That's
And
me.
Jen, you're staying put there? At the end of
I don't feel the need to get closer.
At the end of Jen's turn, it's going to use its legendary action to attack Geppa. And it's going to miss again because it's still blind. All right, who's next?
Your snake, followed by Tempest.
Okay, so the snake gets its legendary actions back. It gets to roll against blindness at the end of its turn. Can't do the thing that it wants to do because it's blind. And if it moves, it's going to take the booming blade damage. Yeah, I'm kind of nailed down here.
Yeah, bad time.
Okay. I think I can only get 2 of you. Geppa and Genevieve. No, this is an attack roll too. It's not a saving throw.
Oh, attack
Geppa.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 19 to hit.
I'm gonna go ahead and no, I haven't taken any damage yet. That's
No,
fine.
I'll still rebarbs.
What, save it for the.
You want me to save
It's
it?
Alistair's decision.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, it's fine. I'll wait for the saving throw.
Let it go. And then Genevieve, I have a 9 to hit.
No, but pause real quick. Tempest is going to use her reaction because a creature has attacked an ally that. Oh, she's blinded. Oh no,
Tempest is
everything's
blind.
ruined. I was trying to get out of the blind by using my senses. Never mind. Hang on.
with lightning quick speed. So it's going to take booming blade damage because technically it's moving. So how do I resolve that?
It will enjoy 7 thunder damage as
Okay.
it willingly moves.
It snaps out and tries to wrap Geppa and Genevieve up together in this constricting grab, but it only gets Geppa. So it's going to end up like in this, let's say this space, just to complicate everything. So, Geppa, you are grappled by the creature. While you're grappled, you are restrained.
Okay.
And so from this round, you're going to take 15 points of bludgeoning damage.
I maintain concentration on my Mystic Mark.
Okay. And then I've got advantage on grappled creatures, which is going to counteract the blind to hit you with the bite. And it's a 1. I am rolling like Chris now. I can't even blame tabletop physics for that. These are just my dice.
Did your dice land on an edge?
So yeah, the thing snaps out and tries to wrap the two of you up in its giant muscular body. Genevieve dives out of the way. Geppa gets snapped up, and it tries to strike with its fangs and does not sink its teeth into you. And now I'm going to roll to against blindness. What kind of save was that?
It's a DC 14 con.
No problem. That's a 19, so it's going to... Now it can
Silver
see.
barbs.
Silver...
Silver barbs. Hugo, you get the advantage.
It's an 18.
I still have a reaction. I will silver rebarbs it.
Oh. They should ban this spell. It's too good. That time it's at 26.
Okay. I'll give Léopold advantage.
I'm sorry, 24.
We're just passing around advantage.
Yeah, just stacking up the advantage on it. So the thing's eyes snap open and are... With any luck, it'll be dead by the time it gets another attack. We'll see how it goes. Who's next?
Really rather we're supposed to kill this thing.
Tempest is next, followed by Hugo.
So Tempest is starting her turn blind. If she moves, I get an opportunity attack against her.
Yeah, that's fine. We're gonna get out of here.
Sure. I might actually hit. That is a 21 to hit.
Might? Her AC's only 16.
For 8 points of poison damage from the stinging insects as she steps
But
out
I'm
of
no
the
longer
cloud.
blinded, right?
No, she's not blind as long as she steps out of the cloud.
Okay, so 5, 10. Attack. It is no longer blinded. So
It's no longer blind.
I have 14 to hit.
Okay. 14 does not hit.
Okay, well, let's try again. I have 19 to hit.
19 will do it.
Come on, 6. Oh, boo. That is 7 slashing damage.
Okay.
Action surge.
Sure. Why not?
I don't think a 9 will hit.
9 does not hit.
26 will.
26 will.
That's 10 slashing damage. That's acceptable.
Okay. Now, stop there.
Yep.
The thing is bloodied, and it's going to trigger its bloodied action. I need everyone on the field. I'll roll for Allie. I need everyone on the field to make a DC 14 Constitution saving throw, except for... Who's already got locusts?
Hugo does.
Hugo does?
And
Yeah.
Leo.
So Hugo, you don't have to roll for this because you guys already have locusts. Everyone else needs to roll against
Oh.
locusts.
Genevieve passed, or Tempest failed.
Passed.
I failed.
8 points of poison damage, which you can cut in half if you pass that save, as a swarm of locusts coalesces around you. Everybody on the field is now standing in a locust swarm and is blind. If you step out of your locust swarm, you end the blindness, but I get an attack of opportunity against you.
Well, it's still Tempest's turn.
Yeah, that was the bloody reaction. We're still on Tempest's turn.
Okay. Bonus action, second wind to recover 15, because now I have taken more than that damage. I don't wish to be blinded when it attacks me, so Tempest is just going to move right here.
Okay, then I'm going to take the AO.
No.
That's a critical hit.
Why are you like this?
That's only
Good thing you took the. Good thing you took the second win before
Yeah.
you did that.
Well, I mean, I had 18 missing damage, so...
That's only
Why
it's still
are
only
you like
9 points of poison damage
Oh, that's actually less than...
from the stinging insects.
That's still annoying, and I hate it. And Tempest is just like...
Is that the end of Tempest's
And that's her
turn?
That's her turn.
Okay, then I'm going to use a legendary action to continue crushing Geppa. That's a low roll. Geppa, that's only going to be a 13 to hit you?
Including the advantage? No.
Yeah, I rolled at advantage. All right, that was a legendary action. That was the end of Tempest's turn. Who's next?
After Tempest is Hugo, who has advantage.
Hugo, you were starting your turn in the cloud of locusts.
Go ahead and take your attack of opportunity as Hugo charges over here.
I will. I will not hit you. That's a 10 to hit.
No, I will take advantage on my to hit on this to bring my axe down.
Oh, it's almost 20.
That was almost a 20, but that's like a 24 to hit.
That'll hit.
We got power attack. Dude, come on.
7
like-
points of slashing damage, and you know
Dice
what?
roll.
Okay.
You know what? I'm gonna rip this now. Go ahead and give me a strength saving throw as Hugo invokes the power of his flame rune.
7 on the strength save.
It is restrained. For 1
Okay.
minute. You can repeat that. Also, you take 2d6 fire damage,
Now let's go ahead and apply that now.
and you take 9 points of fire damage now, and you'll take 9 more at the start of your next turn.
Okay. Is that,
Or
it,
you'll take 2d6 more rather.
is that it for Hugo's turn?
Do I have any good bonus actions right now? No, I'm good.
You're good.
I'm good.
Okay. It's going to use its legendary action to crush Geppa again. That'll hit. Looking at a 24 to hit Geppa.
Yeah, it's
16 points of bludgeoning damage. The thing constricts and crushes you. That was its legendary action. And I have a memo before the next person takes their turn. So who's next?
Next would be Allie.
Allie's not joining this combat. Are you kidding? She's not going to do anything useful.
Yeah, she needs to take her ass downstairs.
She doesn't want to get stung by locusts, which is what would happen if she would try to move. So she's just going to stand here swatting the locusts and squealing. That's all she's doing.
Okay, well, that's the end of that round. It's back up to Leo.
So, Leo, the thing has taken
Yeah.
damage since it was bloodied. And you were offered some advice on the Guardian that the Allmother would look kindly upon you if you did not kill it. You can, as an action, make a perception check, DC 10, to learn exactly how many hit points the thing has left.
All right. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm going to step out of the locust.
I'm gonna sting the hell out of you. No, I'm not.
Try.
That's a 6 to hit.
And you said GC 10.
Too confident.
So you're spending your action to try to determine how many hit points it has?
Yeah, that is you said. Did you say insight or
It's a perception check.
perception check? Yeah. So that's a 4.
A 4. All you know is that the thing is bloodied.
Yeah. Everybody, slow down.
Ask it to yield.
Is that it for Leo?
I mean, I can't really use. I guess I'll bonus action dodge.
Okay. It's going to use its last legendary
Point
action
dodge.
to continue crushing Geppa. That's a 22 to hit Geppa.
Yep.
For 14 points of bludgeoning damage.
I don't have to roll concentration because I am dying.
You are dying.
Can
so go
I-
ahead and-
Can I redirect that to myself? With I can the class feature lets me redirect it to myself, but I want it to redirect it so that way I take that damage.
Yeah, if you've got a class feed, what, it uses a reaction?
I've got the it's a
rune.
reaction. Yeah, my cloud rune.
So you're redirecting it
Also-
magically. Like there doesn't need to be a.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you watch
also he
the
needs-
thing tighten around Geppa, but you're the one that feels your rib cage cracking inside of your torso.
This is an attack roll that you're making.
It
right?
is.
Yes.
It's a melee
Tempest
attack.
needs reaction also. To give Geppa temp HP. 7.
I mean, okay.
Everybody's helping Geppa
I-
now.
So
I had 1 hit point, so
so at the
I don't know
start
if
of
that's enough, but
Well, I'm gonna heal you with Jet next.
sorry.
well at the start of the turn, at the start of the creature's turn, it needed to take 2d6 fire damage. I rolled 9 on that.
That's not the creature's turn. That was a legendary action.
Oh right, okay.
That was the
then,
end
yeah,
of.
I'm gonna redirect.
That was the end of Leo's turn.
How much damage did it redirect toward me?
14 bludgeoning damage as you feel it
Okay.
constricting around you, even though Geppa's the one that's getting constricted.
Yeah.
And Genevieve gave you 7 temporary hit points.
Well, Tempest did.
All right, who's next?
Layer action followed by Alister.
Layer action. Who doesn't have locusts at the moment?
I don't.
Tempest doesn't.
Hugo does not.
Yeah, okay. Let's give the three of you some locusts. Why don't you go ahead and make me that Constitution saving throw, DC 14.
Pass.
Pass.
Okay. It's 6 points of poison damage, which you can cut in half if you pass the save, and you are blind when you start your turn in that square.
Hugo is bloodied.
Okay, that is layer action. Who's next?
Next up is Alister.
Alister, same deal. You can use your action to make a perception check to determine, it's DC 10, to determine exactly how many hit points the creature has left. And remember, there's 9 damage sitting in the chamber for when it starts its turn, thanks to Hugo.
One of you guys has a higher perception score than +3, right?
No.
No, 3 is pretty
Yeah.
good. Well,
Yeah, I've
Hugo
got
goes
higher.
Hugo goes after the creature, so
Yeah, I can't bar die myself though.
then pass it to someone else.
I can't see anything and don't really have an action economy right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Genevieve
can
does.
move. Is this perception check an action?
Yes, you use your
Yeah.
action, make a perception check.
Oh, I was gonna heal Geppa.
Cool.
I'm not sure healing Geppa once will necessarily save him.
You could make the check, and then if that fails, pass the bard die.
Yeah, but I was gonna blind him otherwise.
Just keep crushing Geppa.
Yeah, I don't think that blinding is gonna help.
Fine.
Todd here.
I'll do the perception action.
You have to move first.
You're blind right now.
You're in you're.
Yeah, take your attack of opportunity on me.
Will do. It's a 1. That's going nowhere. Those bugs don't know what they're doing.
Rolled good on your perception, though.
That's a lot of movement.
That's 30.
That's 30 feet.
Oh. Okay.
25.
You're
Just a
circling
lot.
back around
Oh, no.
Tempest.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's a 21 on the perception check.
Creature currently has 29 hit points, and it's going to take 9 from Hugo's fire nonsense at the start of its turn.
Yeah.
If you want to win the
Alister
fight
will-
without killing it, you need to get it down to single digits and then ask it to yield.
Okay. I mean, Alister was going to yell out, "Do you yield?" I guess the answer is going to be not yet.
Currently not yet. It's 29 is still enough to have some fight in it.
Yeah. So, bonus action, give a bard dice to Geppa so
Okay.
we can get the hell out of there. And I don't have second wind anymore, which makes me sad.
It's gonna take a level of bard specifically for that. So that was Alister. The thing does not have legendary actions left. Who's next?
After Alister is Geppa.
Okay, so I'm going to use my action to make an acrobatics check to escape the grapple.
Your escape DC is 14.
Okay,
So,
I'm going to D4.
when- You have a D6 from the bard die, and when you use it, you can roll it twice and pick which one to use.
Nice.
Yeah, so that's like 30-ish.
30-ish. Okay.
All right, so then I get an AO from moving away from it because I have locusts.
Yeah, Locust AO. That is an 18 to hit.
I'm going to shield that.
Okay. So the Locust just bounce ineffectively off your shield.
And then I'm going to quicken a first level bolide bullets, which conveniently can do at most exactly 20 damage.
So 20 damage plus the 9 that's coming from Hugo that's going to put it to 0. That'll kill the creature.
Well, he can't possibly roll max damage. Famous last words.
Also, you can ask the snake to heal before it gets to Hugo. So
Well, I'm next. I'll just cure wounds it if you
Yeah,
hit
that's fine.
max damage.
We didn't make max damage, so that's come on, 12 damage.
12 damage. Okay.
That's my turn.
All right. It doesn't have a legendary action to use, so who's next?
Genevieve.
So it's at 17 is what we're at, right?
Yep.
I'm not going to confirm
So-
or deny that.
Well, I'm just going to
Yeah.
track that on its
Matt's
token.
at 17.
Just like I track for Genevieve's health on her token.
Sure.
I'm going to track it on this token. And so you've already rolled the 9, so it's always 9 and not like
Well-
a roll.
It's not his turn. If combat ends before its turn, I don't think that damage goes off, does it?
Well, no,
The effect lasts until it's broken, I believe. I don't think I can will it off.
so well, I mean, we need to have an action. Am I going to ready an action to just yell after it takes that damage? Yield
If you want.
to trigger the end of the fight. Is that something
Well,
I
no,
can do?
that's not going to matter because the damage is like after it acts.
So you're going to ready an action. Next time you see it take damage, you're going to call for it to yield.
I'm debating whether I attack or not, but well, let's start here. I have to get out of the locust.
Okay.
So I'm gonna start.
We'll start there. That's going to be a 7
Oh, I
to
had to
hit.
make a death saving throw, didn't I? Because I'm dying. Oh, I wasn't dying. Someone saved me from that.
You were not dying. I saved you from that. Yeah.
So you step out of the locusts.
I do step out of the locust. Yeah.
They missed. They got a 7 to hit.
Okay.
Locust's just having an off day.
That's only a +2 to hit roll. It's not fantastic.
So how much damage? It will guarantee do 9.
Yeah,
It's
since
not
I had
like
already
2d6.
rolled it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do I have an attack that does less than? I guess it doesn't super matter. Yeah, I'm gonna ready the action to shout at it, "Yield, please," when it takes damage.
Okay.
From the 9 damage that's incoming.
You're going to
Because
word
I don't know what else.
exactly like that?
She'll add on to the end, like also, we'd prefer not to kill you
Okay.
in a very like dismissive Genevieve sort of way.
Sure.
Yeah, that's good enough for me. And then Boswick will take the dodge action.
So Boswick's doing
Dark
nothing.
Genevieve.
Creature has no legendary actions. Who's next?
The creature.
Creature.
So the first thing that happens is it takes 9 damage. Is that correct, Hugo?
Correct. Yes.
And then once
should have
it recoils from that damage, Genevieve's going to call out, "Yield, please."
Yield, please. We'd prefer not to kill you.
The creature angrily lowers its head down to Genevieve's level, lashing out with its tongue. And if
Thank you.
nobody interrupts it or arrests its movement, it's going to slither down the stairs and into the mushroom forest to go recover.
Nope. Not gonna impede it.
Okay.
Have a good sleep. Pleasant dreams.
Good job, team. And then she high fives Tempest again, and it's I think Tempest might like do the part where Cloud puts his hand up and then realizes what he's doing, and that's where I'm hoping this relationship goes.
Leo,
between Genevieve and Tempest.
Yeah.
you hear Allie shriek as the snake slithers past her down the stairs and coils up. And you hear it speak one last time into your head as it stares menacingly at you. It says, "Your third test is a decision that you must make. The All-Mother is young and old." And when it speaks in your mind the words young and old, the two trees to either side of the door, one on the left-hand side at the top of this staircase, takes the visage of a strong and vibrant tree filled with beautiful, vivid foliage. The other, on the right-hand side, withers and grays. The bark cracks and the leaves fall from its branches. Its boughs sink under their weight. And then the creature slithers away.
Go with the old tree.
So you,
We can take a vote.
Sorry, what was the question here? I'm
Yeah,
just
that's
typing
my
it.
vote. Is old tree.
it
Which
told
one's
you
it?
your third test is to make the decision. The All-Mother is young and old.
Yeah, we don't really have a question as to what that would
I
even
see.
mean, and I feel like we should walk up there and get more context before we make a decision, Alister.
I think if we take the
That's fine,
stairs, we
I'm
make our
telling you.
choice.
So
think
Hugo's approaching the stairs leading up to the elderly tree.
Yeah,
I like
that's
the
the impression I
elderly
got.
tree idea.
You think so?
Yeah.
What is this?
You
What
think
if
we
I do
make
this?
Stairs
a,
are the choice.
That's
What if
the
I do
bad.
this?
Leo.
Yeah.
Allie's behind you. She's still shrieking because there's still friggin' locusts swarming around her head.
Oh, let me take care of this, and I'll help her.
You extract her from the swarm of locusts.
Right.
Okay,
I'll cover her from like the bites and stuff.
sure. They're not going to deal any damage.
so
Or are you gonna go up the middle?
I mean,
Because that'd be really funny.
see, here's the thing though, is that creature just told you that you need to make a decision. That's not making a decision, that's waffling.
Well, wait. If
Wait,
the All-Mother is young and old, maybe that means we're deciding that she is both, like she just said.
Maybe we have to go up both sets of stairs.
You know what? You make a very cogent point.
Do we
Yep, they don't.
want to?
Geppa.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's where, yeah.
God damn it.
Waltz up the stairs. Geppa, as you reach the top of the stairs and plant a foot on the top tier here, now to your eyes, both trees look withered, old, grayed, sinking under the weight
I'll
of their
open
own
a
deaths.
psychic link to who's down there still, Leo, and ask if he's seeing this.
Oh yeah, all of you are seeing it. As Geppa
Okay.
reaches the top, both trees take on the...
See, our decision has been
Alister
taken.
goes
Thank
up the
you,
other side.
thank you,
We
Geppa.
would have just
I'd
stood
like to
there
examine
arguing
this.
for 10 minutes and then had to walk up one of the two either way.
No, Geppa, we wouldn't have. We were gonna try and go at both at the same time.
Maybe
The
it
door
was
in
a-
front of you, you see from it, because it's a glass door. You can't. It's opaque. You can't make out any objects through it, but you can see a flash of light. Just for a moment, silent. And then the door cracks in the middle, and one of the panes opens outward, just by a couple of inches.
Hugo will step forward, grab the pane, peer inside.
Peering inside.
Yeah.
You know, I still only have one hit point.
Yeah, I'm
Then
not
maybe
gonna
you
clear
should.
now.
But maybe you shouldn't have been
That's the
the.
guy who charged forward.
Yeah, no.
I'll just stay in the back.
Geppa's that dog in that cartoon. It's like sitting in the burning house with a cup of coffee.
Yeah,
Peering
Yeah, yeah.
inside.
Rufus.
by the anime club guy.
On the
Also, get
opposite
that
side of the
cartoon
door,
first.
it looks like the inside of a giant tree. This map over here. Is there a credit on this map? I can't see one. This must have just come from a Google image search at some point in the faraway past.
This is where we fight the crystal boss.
Right, the crystal boss is in there. Oh, I just noticed there's like a random treasure box just sitting.
Oh, look at that.
Sometimes I see little details on the map that I somehow miss when I have them in Affinity when I'm actually doing the photo editing.
That actually looks like gold underneath it too.
Yeah, that's your either
Like
your
a-
Age of Shield or your Flame Shield right there.
It depends if the forest is on fire or not.
Yeah.
It's a moot point because unless you guys really, really mishandle this, there's not going to be combat on this map.
Oh, well, we do have Gep on the party.
That's true.
We do-
Peering
we do have
inside.
He only has 1 hit point though. If we don't heal him, he'll behave.
Too late. I healed him.
Oh no.
Who's peeking in?
guessing that-
Geppa?
Hugo.
Hugo peeking in. So you see kind of the insides of it almost looks like a forest blooming inside of this tree. But you can also hear this haunting, echoey music. Someone playing a silver-stringed wood harp from inside.
Hugo motions for the others to follow.
What's in there, Hugo? Alister will follow Hugo in.
I hear music.
Hugo,
Music
the inside
can-
of the space is illuminated, so because you don't have any dark vision normally, right?
Nah.
It's illuminated, but you can't tell from how. There's no fire sconces, there's no like mushrooms glowing. You can just see, even though there's no obvious source of light. Even so, it's a very dim area. It's a kind
Alister's
of
gonna
cozy
pull out
darkness.
Alister's going to pull out his violin and start to play along with the music.
As soon as you play one note, the wood harp stops.
Alister will pick up where the song stopped.
And looking ahead, in the center of this area, sitting on what looks like a large tree stump inside of this large tree, is an extremely old hunchback woman wearing a long flowing cloak woven together of leaves and flowers, strands of grasses and vines that snake out onto the ground and away from her in all directions. And she's holding this wood harp in both hands. She looks up with this withered face and this long hooked nose and regards Alister suspiciously as he approaches playing his violin.
Well, seems like he's taking points, so I'll let him do that.
I mean, I didn't plan to approach, but sure. Yeah, Alister will continue to play the song that she was playing as best as he can recall it.
Okay. Go ahead and position yourselves where you want to be in this room as Alister is playing his song. 'Cause he's going to be playing for a minute or two. So everybody who's following in.
I'll be at his back.
And Geppa's checking out the corners. Geppa's like, you always got to look in the corners.
Doors and corners, doors and corners.
As the song comes to an end, the old woman looks up. Says, "You spared my guardian. You are not worried to leave an enemy at your back?"
The Guardian was no longer a threat.
I mean,
We do not consider it to be an enemy. It's just doing its job.
A moment longer, and it would no longer would have. I feel like Mercy is completely fine, especially if it can think and reason for itself.
Alister, when you point out that the creature was not malicious, it was only doing its job, the woman seems to soften a bit in her seat, as though she appreciated that answer. She says, I cannot have biglings in my domain, worrying and corrupting my poor grunklings. So enamored are they by the worlds beyond the crossing. So I wish to send you away, and you wish to be sent away.
We had heard that you might be able to help us return home. Yes, that is why we have come to seek an audience.
There is then only the subject of payment.
Can I ask a question? Genevieve tries to interrupt.
Yeah. What would you like
How
to
did
ask?
we get here in the How did we get here in the first place? And could this happen again on accident?
She reaches forth and strums on her heart, and as she does, images, clouded images, appear in the air, floating, as if by illusion magic, showing two houses, one poised on a grassy hill, the kind you might see in any Republic farmstead, and the other that almost has the appearance of a mausoleum, a stone structure with black spiked gates, again posed on a hill, but in a more muted, a gray imagery. And she shows you the two images, and they move past each other, overlap and cross each other. And she says, there are places where the two worlds touch. They are dangerous to your kind and mine.
So is this just a chance encounter, or could this happen again?
Anything that has
This
happened
part.
can happen again.
I mean, that's not the closure. She's trying to be scientific about this, where science might not work.
You are
We need
talking
to
to a
put-
bog witch. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I know. I guess what I, the player, am trying to get at is the entry point going to be a permanent entry point? Like, could other
Probably.
people fall down here again?
Yeah,
Put up
the
caution
best
tape.
answer she's going to give is what has happened before could happen again.
Okay.
What hasn't happened before can always happen.
So, she says that she will send you back safely, that she will engage the crossing and send you back to the place where you came from in exchange for a gift.
Alister will offer her the gift of a song?
So she wants to take one thing from each of you. And Alister stepping forth and offering a gift of song.
Yeah, he's offering songs and musical tales and mythologies.
What song will you give her?
Oh no.
One of the popular songs that the Gremlings taught him.
Okay. So Alister steps forth first and plays and sings this song that he learned from the Grunklings. Alister, as you play this song, you feel your mind unravel. And as the words leave your lips, you are cognizant that for the rest of your life, you will never have this song again. It will leave
Yeah, I
your
expect
memory
that.
entirely, and you will no longer have it.
It's okay, he's got all the other ones.
So Alister has given a gift to the Allmother.
I have an idea.
What does Geppa offer?
All right. So I have 4 free language slots on my character sheet, which means I have 4 languages which I haven't decided what they are yet.
Sure.
I'm going to take one of the languages that is not Old Etherian or Ferniscan, and I am going to offer her the knowledge of that language.
So you're going to offer her... So just go ahead and erase one of those language slots.
Yep.
Whatever language it was that Geppa speaks, he will never be able to speak it again.
Yep.
The gift is accepted. Who's next?
Oh, I have so many ideas, but I want to be creative about this.
Leo says, well, I don't have much. He says all I have is Leo takes off his his scarf that he wears.
Okay.
And he says, this is basically the only thing I have, and well, maybe it'll keep you warm.
What material is it made out of?
Uh, Probably wool of some
Wool?
kind. Yeah, I would imagine.
She accepts the wool scarf. And as she does, even you feel the pull in your mind. And you realize that your body will never again accept the touch of wool. From here on, you cannot wear wool clothes, not even a scarf.
Oh,
At least you still got roundhouse kicks.
Yeah, at
I
least
mean,
you
isn't
did.
that what like most clothes are made out of?
I fully expected Treble to be like, that's roundhouse.
Oh yeah, no. Leo is gonna have to replace a lot of his. Well, I mean, your warm clothes, your winter clothes are probably made out of wool. You probably have a wool cloak and wool trousers and stuff. So Leo has given
Leo
up his
just wears-
ability to wear wool.
Leo just
Oh
wears
man,
shorts
well I've
all year
changed
long.
my answer after seeing that because Genevieve was gonna offer her journal.
So I still need Hugo and Genevieve.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with Plan B here. Genevieve is going to. I don't know what I would use this on, so I'm gonna use the magical tinkering ability.
Mhm.
And I would like to give her like a little trinket that makes a song.
Okay.
And I guess the intent is that I have 4 uses of this skill. I will just give her the 4th use.
So when you say you have 4 uses of this skill, what do you mean?
So I have intelligence mod enchantments. And the first one that I have assigned is the tiger rug that roars at Dahlia.
Sure.
The second one is the piano when Alister's playing. It occasionally just says Genevieve instead of playing notes.
Okay.
The third one is unassigned. I used that as the light source previously, and the 4th one is unassigned.
So you just want to permanently give up the 4th use of this trinket ability.
I'm gonna get a 5th one when I have 20 intelligence.
So from here on, you have 1 fewer use of that trinket ability that your character sheet says you should have.
Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. I'd
Okay.
rather try this than give her a journal and then never be able to write down notes again. That's what I'm afraid of, because Genevieve would offer her journal, but I don't want to lose access to all journals. That's a paranoia of
It
the
just
player.
would have been all your memories.
Tempest
Yeah,
steps
no.
forward and briefly and with no enthusiasm demonstrates the what's it called? The pyrokinesis cantrip, the little fireworks cantrip, and gives up her ability to use it hereafter. That just leaves Hugo.
Also, Allie.
Now we'll do Allie last. How about that?
Hugo steps forward, shuffling a deck of cards.
Okay.
He draws 5 of them, lays them out on the ground, flips them over in turn, forming the hand equivalent of a flush.
So what are you offering her?
The fortune of the cards. They don't favor me. They will know. Yeah, the idea is I want to take disadvantage on gaming checks,
Okay.
gaming card checks. That's the
Henceforth-
mechanical idea that I have.
Henceforth, Hugo is always a disadvantage on gaming checks. You've given up what
Say
little
card
luck you
checks.
have.
He
Yeah,
didn't say all gaming. He explicitly said card gaming.
yeah.
I'm going to interpret that as all gaming, though.
Okay,
Like,
cool.
if you're going to play dice or... Allie just stands there, doesn't step forward and offer anything.
Allie, you gonna come with us or you gonna stay here?
So are we leaving now? Is it time to go? Are we done playing around with the tree people?
Yep. You can either come live with the tree people or you can give this nice lady a gift and come back to Frisco with us.
The All-Mother glares at Allie. Says, "No matter. I would take nothing from a hell-spawn child."
What?
Slow look.
Hugo raises an eyebrow at that.
Genevieve goes, "Oh, that tracks."
Allie just
Nothing? Really?
scoffs and takes the insult in stride. The
Are
Allmother
you-
waves her hand to the back of the chamber. And she says, "Drink deeply of the decanter you find there, and give yourself over to the sleep. You will awaken on the other side of the crossing."
Very well, we
Thank
thank you
ma'am.
for your audience.
Whatever the most nonplussed you can be about something, Geppa is twice that nonplussed about Allie.
And yeah, in the back there's a small little, it's like a little tea table with a doily on it, and there sits an ornate decanter filled with what has the smell of a very pungent, very earthy wine. And there are several wooden goblets sitting around.
Hugo picks up the decanter, pours each one a measure, pours a measure into each one,
Okay.
hands the glass out, hands the mugs out.
Allie,
On
we gotta
three.
work on your manners when we get back.
On
We're-
3, all I suppose. 1, 2, 3, and Hugo throws it back.
And unless
Yeah,
one
I-
of you tries to fight the sensation, you feel very drowsy as you drink down the magical wine.
Oh yeah, Hugo stands there with a kind of a bleary-eyed expression, and then just kind of collapses back against the wall.
Cool.
Yeah,
Supposed to clank
Geppa just falls
apples and
asleep in
say
the chair,
cheers.
sitting,
Oh.
All right.
his staff laying across his chest.
We did go a little over tonight, but we also made it to the exact stopping point I wanted, which is beautiful. And my internet didn't die, which I'm so happy.
Yay!
It died hard on Friday. We were doing Archie, and I was fighting Galamoth, and Galamoth schooled me, and he killed me so hard I fell off the internet.
At least you didn't lose a duplicator run out of it.
No, but I did fight Galamoth 2 more times before I realized that my connection was dead. I
We were
just stopped.
really quiet.
I just thought people were being
you were-
quiet.
You were in the Discord chat, voice chat for like 6 hours afterward, and I was like, "Oh, Brick's internet died, didn't it?"
Oh my god.
It sure did.
Because he couldn't disconnect.
Sometimes my laptop doesn't drop out of the Discord call, even if it loses its connect. I don't know what's going on with it.
It's a Discord thing, I'm sure.
That's weird. All right, how about some experience points? You guys want some experience?
Please.
I'll take some experience.
I got to do some math on my end, so why don't I take 2 minutes and add all that up, and you guys can think about some blips. Be right back.
Who is the most creative today?
I think I wrote that one down. Alister's song about Geppa's outfit.
Yeah, the song.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Who
I left
for
the rest
party's
of them.
goals the most today?
Well, I was gonna put Alister for that, but we need somebody else now.
I'm trying to think of what Genevieve did. That
Léopold
was,
has been
gold.
very nice to the NPC.
He has been very nice to the
He
NPC.
has.
I'm
You
okay
were-
with giving it to for that.
The
Yeah,
NPC who has the
furthering-
power
For
to
the-
get us kicked out of school.
For the escort NPC.
Yeah, not letting her go batshit and
Oh,
ruin it.
Allie. Oh, I'm like, wait,
Yeah.
you mean just in general? Yeah. Has been.
Yeah, Leo for keeping Allie under control.
Léopold
Yeah.
has wrangled Allie's under.
Your new title will be Brat Wrangler.
Yeah.
Who's a badass? I mean, Hugo did bisect a turnip.
Yeah, that was
I
funny.
would say Geppa for climbing up the tree
That's
and nearly
fine.
falling like twice and dying.
But still getting the job done. That's the
Yeah,
important
we got
part.
this. We
Geppa
got the
harvest.
twigs.
I mean, he did have a spell that made him fearless, though.
Wood steel. Spite.
I would like to give the intangibles to McDohl for bisecting a turnip because I thought that was absolutely funny.
I want
gonna be like a
to
Gilpin
use
kill
my
skill.
class. I want to use my class feature, and you're not letting me use my class feature.
I know, poor McDohl.
Just
No,
get rid
no,
of-
I have the cleave ability on Great Weapon Master, and I was trying to use it. That's
Oh,
why I
I
went
didn't-
over to that group.
I
Yeah.
didn't know that, but I don't think Tempest cared.
No, she absolutely did not care.
All right.
No, that was the perfect. That was
Sorry,
the
I'm
exact right
beholden
way.
to the NPC. Yeah.
No, you're fine. That was exactly the way it
No, you're
needed to be
not.
played.
So, in case you were wondering,
not to Allie.
the other two encounters in the village, if you had chosen to help the brewer, you would have had to deal with Grunklebrow hallucinations. If you had
Yay.
chosen to assist the painter, you would have done a mushroom rendering process where you determine what colors the mushrooms render down into by only scent, because the painter is blind.
These sound really cool, and we're not going to get to do them.
I was going to send the devil turnips after you, no matter which way you went.
I mean, obviously. The quantum devil turnips.
All right, so for 4 devil turnips and the guardian Naga, which I think that was a tough creature. I think it was a CR7 Naga out of the Tome of Beasts. It didn't even get to use the spellcasting ability because you guys blinded it, and the spells that I gave it require it to be able to see. So,
Sorry.
So everybody's going to take
I mean,
783 experience points. 783
Yay.
for combat this session.
And yeah, that does put it is time for exams.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
burn
I'm probably
blips.
burned something.
All right. So who wants to? I want to try to get blips really quickly because we are going over a little bit. Who wants to go first?
Sure.
It can go.
Hugo, what you got?
I've got my alignment, neutral good, just be excellent to your fellow man for volunteering his carpentry skills, which ended up being little more than supervision.
Okay.
I have my ideal, the peace hard one must be preserved for fighting the Naga to yield.
Okay.
And then I've got my flaw, I'm the biggest marker for Nisco for getting schooled by Tempest.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Geppa, what do you
I
have?
wanted to use my class feature, couldn't get to use it.
I've got my ideal. When I set my sights on something, nothing can stop me for pulling a risk of 11 while climbing the tree.
Mm-hmm.
I have my alignment, chaotic neutral. Why shouldn't I do what I want when I can for just bribing the stupid bat thing?
Sure.
And I've got my flaw, when I'm bored, watch out, and I'm easily bored for just walking up the stairs before people could finish arguing about them.
Okay.
Did that do anything?
What about Genevieve?
Alignment chaotic good, everything has an explanation. I bet I can figure it out. For seeking an answer from the Bog Witch to how they got here and if it could happen again.
Okay.
Ideal, what would Eugenia Veritas do? For telling Allie that her badgering of Leo is effective and that she'll try it herself sometime.
Okay.
Runner-up was fight vegetables with vegetables. Just honorable mention.
Yeah.
And then flaw, this wasn't what was supposed to be on the exam, for volunteering her laser eyes as the best eyes, not anticipating that that's not at all what was asked for.
Sure. Well, to be clear, in that encounter, that wasn't asking for anything specific. That's just you interpreted it a particular way, which I thought was funny.
Yeah. Well, I interpreted how Genevieve would.
Right.
Like, I have the best eyes, they shoot things.
Léopold said he didn't want any blips, right?
Yeah, I
Lawful
did.
good. Everyone has a place and purpose. Asking Allie what specialties she would bring, like what? Hey, what do you bring to the table? What can you do to help us solve this?
Mm-hmm.
My ideal, I might fail, but I'll never give up. Leo appears to have won over Allie, at least partially, by being one of the best possible boys.
Falling headfirst into like a life or death situation will have that effect on somebody with little to no combat ability.
Right. And my flaw, only one of us can be the best, and it's clearly me for listen, I've kind of low-key kept it in the background, but Leo has been a little jealous of the climb speed thing. Because every time he's like, I can get up there, like fucking Geppa's already up the side of the cliff, and I'm like, so I was like, this is my chance to prove that I can do it and I can do it better. And I did. I beat him in a race.
Alister, what do you got?
Chaotic good. Goodie's his own reward. That'd be spending the morning learning about the Grunklings and the Allmother and being nice to a little demon creature. Ideal, glass is always half full. That would be being relaxed and happy to be in the Fungal Village.
It was a nice little village.
Yeah,
Just a pleasant little
Nice
Shadowfell
little-
village.
Yeah. Flaw, I just wanted to help. Can't
A
we
nice
just cut the
summer
tree down?
retreat.
We just got. What's the title of today's episode?
Oh, I wrote that down in the chat. Give me 1 sec.
I kind of like, can't we just cut the tree down?
Song Ambush. Song Ambush. That's the name of the session.
Song ambush.
Need to do
Yep.
that.
I really like Can't We Just Cut the Tree Down? That's pretty good. Who is the most creative solution to a problem this session?
We said Alister solved the problem of not having enough bard song. He sung a song about Geppa's outfit,
Yeah.
like an actual song.
Legitimately did cement me as the least talented person to play a bard at this table.
Oh, just you.
Oh,
wait.
that's 100%
So
me.
far,
Who did the most to further the party's goals?
we said Léopold wrangled Ali under control and kept her out of trouble.
Okay. Who was the badass?
That was Geppa for harvesting enough wood steel despite all the danger.
And who was intangible?
Hugo's expert turnip butchering skills came into play,
Okay.
which is not a sentence I thought I would say today.
All right. So blips are currently worth 126 if you roll them over. 126. Leo, you had 2 and earned 4, so you can come in next week with 6.
Okay.
If you want.
Just in time for
Come in with 2.
exams.
Hugo, Geppa, and Alister, you had 6 and earned 4, so you're rolling over at least 4. And Genevieve,
What
you're
are they
rolling
worth?
over at
Sorry.
least 3. They're worth 126. Genevieve, you had 6 and earned 3, so you can roll over 3. And some of you are
I have
rolling over in order to be able to level up next week, so we should plan to do exams next week. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Seems that way, yeah.
Have enough.
I'm coming in with 2.
Alister is burning 5 to level.
So Alister wants to come in next week with 1.
No, I had 6. I earned 4. I'm burning 5.
Oh, okay.
So I'll come in with 5 next week.
Come in with 5.
Yeah, Hugo's coming in with 6 next week.
Okay.
What's level 5?
6,500.
Okay, so
Oh,
I
yeah,
have to burn.
Just the 0.
Hold on.
Because your blips could come in handy on your exams.
Yeah, that's why I want them.
I don't need to burn any. Hooray.
I have 2.
I have to
I'll have
burn 3 in addition to the over. So I'll have 3. I'm gonna have to burn 3 in addition to the overflow.
Going to come in with 3, and then Leo and Genevieve are coming in with 6.
6.
2.
Yeah.
2. Leo's coming in with 2. Okay. All right. When we come back next week, we'll find out whether the shadow went back home through the shadow crossing, or if you just went deeper into Ravenloft.
You wouldn't do
Oh,
that to
very
us
well.
twice.
You wouldn't do that to us twice. You wouldn't.
Thanks for playing, guys. I'll see everybody next week.